led by Savannah Nicole.
For you veterans, you may salute. Please put your hand over your heart. Oh my God, we thank you for this opportunity. We pledge allegiance to the United States of America. To this nation, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here and consecrated it far above our poor power. But I ask you right now, ladies and gentlemen, please let's pledge allegiance to the United States with me. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of the Iowa Faith and Freedom Coalition, Steve Scheffler.
Good morning. I am more than honored to introduce a lady by the name of Ashley Hinson, the phenomenal congresswoman from the 2nd District of Iowa. She was a successful former TV anchor in the Cedar Rapids, Iowa area. In 2020, she knocked off an entrenched Democrat congresswoman, and in 2022 and 2024, she won her re-election victories by huge margins. Iowa is one of the most competitive U.S. Senate races in 2026. We have to win this race. Her opponent is masquerading as a moderate who got a ton of money from the Schumer PACs. The bottom line is you won't find a better Senate candidate anywhere, I guarantee you. I'm not saying that just because I'm an Iowan, because it's a fact. She's sharp, she's articulate, she enunciates the issues well. She is going to be the next U.S. Senator to help us keep the U.S. Senate majority. Please give a warm welcome to my great friend, Congresswoman Ashley Hinson.
Well, good morning to my fellow patriots from all over the country. Do we have any Iowans out there in the crowd? It's hard to see. Okay, I hear a few. Okay. Hi, guys. How's it going? Good morning. It is such a pleasure to be here to help kick off today's conference and to be surrounded by so many fine patriots who love this country, cherish our freedoms, and really understand that America's greatest days are ahead of us, not behind us. And what an incredible time to get together, right? In just over a week, America will be celebrating our 250th birthday. So let's just take a minute to think about that. 250 years ago, we had some extraordinary men and women who got together and made an extraordinary decision. You know, they chose faith over fear. They chose freedom over tyranny. They chose opportunity over complacency. And the result, well, we all get to see it. It is the greatest nation in the world, hands down, 250 years later, the greatest nation that the world has ever known. There has never been another country that has done more to expand freedom, create opportunity, or give people from every walk of life the chance to build a better life. That is the American dream. That is something worth celebrating, and it's also something that's worth protecting. And it's why you're all here in this room this morning. Those of you who know me do know that I don't waste much time. I like to hit the ground running, and that's what we did when we launched our campaign, went into full swing last fall when I announced my candidacy for the United States Senate. I have been so proud to have earned the support of so many of Iowa's working families, farmers, faith leaders, law enforcement, and first responders, and so many more. I'm also proud to have earned the support of Iowa's strongest leaders, our great governor, Kim Reynolds, Senator Grassley, Joni Ernst, have all endorsed my campaign. And I'll tell you, many of you in this room have probably watched Joni over the years, and I have some pretty big combat boots to fill. She has spent the last 12 years making them squeal here in Washington, D.C., and I told the senator, I said, ma'am, when I get to Washington, D.C. and take on this role, the squealing's not going to stop. It's only going to get louder. I'm also honored to have the endorsement of our great president, Donald Trump. It's been such a pleasure to fight alongside of him in Congress. Our conservative majorities are delivering, aren't we? We're getting some good things done. You know what's really important is that we continue that work to transform the America First agenda into our America First future. After 4 long years of Joe Biden's auto pen destroying our country, we sent President Trump and Republicans back to Washington, D.C. to pull our country back from the brink. And we're doing that, and we're just getting started. And I stepped into this arena because at my core, I'm a mom and a wife to a loving husband. I want to say this really quick. My boys are 13 and 15. And I will tell you, nothing prepares you more to serve in Congress than being a teenage boy mom. 2 things I would say about that. Number 1, you're always negotiating with unreasonable people. And the hygiene is questionable. But I wanted my kids to have that same American dream that I know so many of us all share, that promise of the American dream. I wanted that for my community too, so that is why I decided to step up and serve first in the Iowa State House. Now I'm serving in the U.S. House, and of course now I'm running to be Iowa's next United States Senator. So it's been a fun and wild ride. And I think we all know what our priorities need to be, right? Our priorities are the shared priorities. They are securing the border and deporting the dangerous criminal illegal aliens who are making our cities less safe. Keeping men out of girls' sports. I can't believe we even have to have that conversation, right? Continuing to cut taxes for our working families. Standing up for our farmers and for agriculture, pretty important in a great state like Iowa, and our country, which feeds and fuels the world. We need to fight to lower those health insurance premiums and the cost of prescription drugs, because that is something that affects every family. We need to help your young families afford homes, groceries, gas, and childcare, because life is still too expensive. But I can tell you this, the liberal agenda makes it worse, not better. We've all seen that. Democrats still want to spend more, regulate more, tax more, and then, by the way, they continue to act surprised when Regular families can't get ahead. They have no interest in accountability, and they have no interest in results. But our conservative majorities are working to turn that tide, and the Democrats, of course, are fighting us at every single turn. But I can tell you this, we are committed. We know fights, and we are not backing down. And we are not backing down from deporting those dangerous, criminal, illegal aliens from our country. We are not backing down from making life more affordable. We are not backing down from cutting the waste and the corruption that continues to hold our country back. We have a lot to do, and one thing that I really care about is banning members of Congress from trading stocks on the market. I think that's terrible. Congress shouldn't be a casino. That's pretty common sense. Public service, not self-service. And let's be honest, Washington, D.C. gets pretty caught up sometimes in the ideological nonsense. It seems you can't even make sense of it. I pulled an example that I wanted to talk about this morning. I can't tell you exactly what gender diversity in the Mexican street lighting industry is, but somehow taxpayers were expected to foot the bill for that under Democrat control. Do you guys know what that is? I don't know what that is. But people were sending tax dollars there. So we are peeling back the layers of the onion, cutting out that waste, fraud, and abuse, because the American people deserve better than that. And I think that's exactly what this fight is all about. Americans deserve leaders who are focused on lowering costs instead of growing government. Americans deserve leaders who believe that parents, not bureaucrats, know best for their children. And I can tell you that as a mama bear, not in my backyard. Americans deserve leaders who understand that freedom is not something that we inherit automatically. Every generation has a responsibility to get out there and defend it. So that is what this movement is all about. Not going back to the same failed ideas that make life harder for Americans, but this is about building a better future and not backing down from that. So we have made great progress, but we know, and you all know in this room, what's ahead in the next 100+ days. We cannot rest on our laurels. We must fight to ensure that our best chapters do remain ahead of us. Are you with me in that fight to get that done? It has been the honor of my life to serve Iowans, and I hope that I can get out there, all 99 counties in Iowa. How many of you know Senator Grassley goes to all 99 every year? And so I'm going to get out there and do all 99 and make sure that I'm hearing from every Iowan and earning every vote. So thank you all for being here, for your commitment to our country. Let's go out and win in November. God bless you, God bless America, and God bless the great state of Iowa. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage, Ralph Reed.
Well, it is my great honor to now welcome to our podium a great friend of mine and of this organization. I think one of the greatest leaders for our values in the country today. You probably first got to know him on television, but Dr. Mehmet Oz, even though he had an extraordinary career with the Dr. Oz show, winning 10 daytime Emmys, winning in the ratings every day in his time slot, he is also one of the more accomplished heart surgeons in our country, ultimately serving on the faculty of the Columbia University Medical School. He developed innovative treatments for patients suffering from heart disease. I first got to know him when he ran for the U.S. Senate in Pennsylvania, Faith and Freedom, and I think we have some folks from Pennsylvania here. Yeah, I knew we did. And these folks and lots of others knocked on about 750,000 doors for Dr. Oz when he ran for the U.S. Senate in 2022. We came up a little short that year, but how many of you know that when one door closes, God opens another door? Amen. And the president tapped Dr. Oz to direct the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services. Because he's a physician, he so understands healthcare. He's helping to reform and improve the healthcare system and lead the Make America Healthy Again agenda under President Trump. He took the lead in sitting down with insurance companies and pharmaceutical companies to cut the cost of prescription drugs for our seniors. He is a great American. He's a defender of faith and freedom, and he's a really good friend of this organization. Please welcome the President's good friend, our good friend, Dr. Mehmet Oz.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you very much, Ralph. You know, you mentioned the show. On the show, we talked frequently about faith and talked about freedom. We added family. There were 4 Fs. And then we had food. And they actually fit together pretty well. Any of you here on Monday, we have Maha Mondays now taking place at the Great American State Fair. And I'll be hosting different chefs and folks who have a fair amount of prominence in the world of health in America, talking about the reality that your basic fundamental health is so much a part of the faith that you have, because you're ultimately taking care of the temple of the soul. And I want to speak a little bit about that, because putting on my doctor's hat or jacket, it is an unfortunate reality that we have to give people news they don't want to hear sometimes. And in medicine, you're taught to do that in a variety of different ways. One of the best ways to do it is look people in the eyes, make sure they realize that you care about them, not their disease, them as a patient. And then you can sort of get into the details of the issues that might be plaguing them and the ways that you can help them. Now, I'm going to say this is a reality that a lot of folks, sometimes when they enter into politics, forget about. And so we don't like to give people bad news, but because part of my job is to make sure that you're well aware, please take it with love that I'm trying to give as I start to share some of these realities. We've got a major crisis in our healthcare system. It's a fixable one. I'm going to walk you through a couple ideas that might change your thoughts about where we belong. But we are twice as expensive to take care of as a people as any other country on the planet. We spend a lot more money on chronic illness. We have issues that have hurt us, but a lot of it stems down to the atomization of our people, the fact that we're flying away from each other in ways that we never thought possible. And there is a precious covenant that a doctor has with their patient and that we should have with people in our lives. And that covenant, actually, although the fundamental Hippocratic Oath comes from the Greek, the covenant concept is one from the Bible, that there's a sacred role that you have to be with people. And if you can get that covenant to be part of your guiding principle in life, and I'm going to speak to that in several different ways, then you can actually weather the storm of criticism when you're sometimes giving people news that, again, is not that comfortable. And as you look at the reality of healthcare, the bureaucratic hassle that many of you face, the rising costs, the fact that chronic disease, which drives 70% of our budget, is endemic in America. I mean, many people can be seen by Google Earth, which is an unfortunate reality, because when you put on a lot of weight, it complicates almost everything else in your life. Many of these are addressable. We have some ideas that will be impactful that we're actually rolling out this year and have already started. But we have been losing the covenant concept in medicine. And it's one of the reasons I think doctors have lost their mojo. And it's one of the reasons that I think we as a people can do a better job as we take care of each other. Because it's not just happening in medicine, it's happening culturally. And the trust in each other is ultimately what drives the success of the covenant. We see this decline in politics most, obviously, and the president will speak to that this afternoon, but it trickles down to communities where neighbors, they're used to care for each other and be part of each other's lives, have changed their impression. So Ralph mentioned that I ran for Senate. One thing I realized talking to people on the campaign trail was the actual people you're speaking to generally feel good about life. They think they're doing well. They're worried about their neighbor. But if everyone thinks they're doing okay and it's their neighbors they're worried about, you realize that what's really happening is you're being tricked by a media cycle that's compelling you to believe something that actually isn't true. Because of that, fewer than half of all Americans now say they can trust the people around them in their neighborhood. That's down from 52% a decade ago, a significant, meaningful drop. Only about a third of people say that the average person can be trusted. That's also down about 10 points over the last 10 years. And part of the reason that we're seeing so much fraud in America is because people have stopped trusting that process and begun to think that everyone should be out there for themselves and take advantage of these beautiful social systems that were built. And this flies in the face of everything that we've been taught. Everything you've learned from Scripture, all the lessons taught in schools, you've heard from the pulpit, the things that should reinforce and cement the fact that we are hardwired to be with each other. 50% of our brain, if you just think about it, 50% of our brain is designed to look someone else in the eyes and be there for them, to communicate with them. And when you ignore that part of who we are because you've been pulled into different directions, including social media, you actually hurt the ability of human spirit to fly and rise up and elevate all of us. I mean, the Good Samaritan story is a perfect example of what happens, right? You have two people who should have stopped, who didn't. That's where the story always got me, because the ones that should have made a difference, the ones who should have called out the fraud, for example, in the healthcare system, didn't do the right thing. And when good people don't stop evil, evil prospers. Now, thankfully, in the story, obviously, the Good Samaritan, who no one thought would stop or didn't really think it would matter if they stopped, did stop, bonded the wounds, took the injured Jew to the inn, and actually paid for his stay. So did all the things that you would want to do. I think we can do that. I'm seeing that day in and day out as I travel across the country administering CMS, Medicare, Medicaid. I mean, we cover 170 million people. So we get the government healthcare system gets to touch a lot of people's lives. I see the good out there all the time. We have to reinforce that, and we've got to take out the evil folks and nudge the people who could be good but aren't showing up in their lives and the lives of those around them to be able to get the most out of the system. Now, America was built on the same principle. And our founding fathers, obviously, were Christians, and they had tremendous wisdom. Many of you know the famous founding fathers. I don't know how many of you know Benjamin Rush? Put your hands up. A couple people. Benjamin Rush was a doctor. There were a couple doctors who signed the Declaration of Independence. He was a founder, doesn't always get the recognition that he deserves, but he had been incredibly effective in helping push forward the Declaration of Independence. He was also a professor of chemistry, first, by the way. He's the father of American psychiatry. He was involved in a lot of things, but he was also a philanthropist. And so when there was a yellow fever outbreak in Philadelphia, and of course, back then you just left the city, you'd run away. And he was in Philadelphia, for all the Pennsylvanians in the audience, I heard Ralph call us out, that he stayed and took care of people in the yellow fever epidemic. He got yellow fever, survived it, thankfully, made house calls, built huge charitable endeavors. He did all the right things. A good role model for many of us. I think we sometimes forget those examples out there in our history, those archetypal stories that should engender us to go to new heights. So let's apply this to the actual workings of CMS, where you actually can apply faith in unique ways. At CMS, we have a vision to transform care. It's based on a few principles. Amongst them, obviously, the reality that the most expensive care we give is bad care. Because if you give people, pay someone to do something that's a poor job, then you have to pay someone who's qualified to fix the problem. Then you've got to pay someone downstream costs to make sure that things work out well. You spend a lot of money without getting your money's worth. So at CMS, as you walk into the building, there's a beautiful quote from Hubert Humphrey. And the quote says, and again, he said this in the 70s, this is true today, it is the moral test of government to take care of those at the dawn of life, our children. And remember, most kids in America are born into government insurance, so 53%. To take care of our kids, those at the dawn of life, those at the twilight of life, our seniors, and those living in the shadows. Think of that haunting metaphor of light defining where you are in your life cycle. And people in those different camps, the dawn of life, twilight of life, and the dawn of life, all have opportunities. Our job is to give them the tools to get on the playing field of life. And without your health, you can't do that. It's one of the reasons that we've been so focused on the MAHA movement. So what is the Make America Healthy Again movement about? I'll define it in one word: curiosity. Now, curiosity, remember, that's not as easy to be curious as you may think. 80% of questions are statements in disguise. So most people aren't as curious as you might think. But if you actually could get your curiosity to be the driving force behind a lot of the things that you're worried about in your family's health, you actually then might be courageous enough when you learn things that are important to apply them in ways that make a difference. So if you're curious and you're courageous enough to take the information you've learned and share it, and you're compassionate as you do that, so that you can say it in ways that people aren't offended by, you can start to get change to happen. And I think the biggest problem the MAHA movement is addressing is, why does the average mother today feel like it's harder to raise healthy kids than it was for their parents to raise them? That's the fundamental question that's being asked by communities all around America. And I think moms have a point. There are many things that have happened in our society. It could be toxins in the environment. It could be emotional threats that come from around us. It could be easier access to drugs and crime and lots of things that we should be protecting our families from, and which this administration under President Trump has fought hard to stop. But all of this comes back still to the building block of the family. That's why at CMS we're trying to empower people with better tools so they can manage their health in ways, meet them where they are, and give people tools to prevent illnesses. I've mentioned already the obesity epidemic impact, but if we can't take the obesity numbers down to where they are in the other parts of the world, we're always going to be more expensive to manage. It's one of the reasons, and Ralph mentioned this, that the president wanted us to negotiate better drug prices. Let me just put this in context. Almost a third of Americans, when they go into a drugstore and they enter their building with a prescription that their doctor gave them, will leave empty-handed because they cannot afford the medication. This is an affordability issue that's bigger than eggs and meat prices, and I'll tell you why. Because if you cannot buy health for your family, you don't feel like you own a piece of the American dream. That's the moral test that Humphrey was speaking about. And so the president said, why is that happening? Why is it so expensive to have drugs in America? It turns out part of the reason is that pharmaceutical companies were charging Americans, on average, 3 times more for the exact branded drugs, made it often in American factories, than they were selling those same products for overseas. And so the president said, no mas, that's enough. You go to these guys and knock on their doors and you tell them, we're done paying 3 times more for the exact same products. And you know what they all said to the last person, to the major companies? We knew one day you'd come. We knew one day you'd ask us to give back the money. And they have. They have signed contracts. These are most favored nation contracts, which means we get the same price as anyone else in the world. We're not telling them what to charge. We're not telling them the price is fixed, because we don't want to hurt innovation. We want these companies making life-saving drugs, curing cancers. I was at the Children's Hospital here in Washington this week. There are kids running around there. They would have died 5 years ago. They're being cured by new technologies, again, made possible by these innovative companies. That's fantastic. But what the president said is that you can do that, save lives with innovation, at the same time, give us the same prices you charge everybody else. And now we're doing that. No more global freeloading. Those programs have taken off. All those medications are available on TrumpRx.gov. If any of you have any questions about this, if you go to a drugstore, most of the drugs that you might buy in a drugstore, you should at least check TrumpRx.gov to make sure you have the right price. Again, it's a website, it's our government's website. We're not charging anybody anything. Just use it as a transparency tool. But you know what? If you walk in the drugstore and the price on TrumpRx.gov is better, just take the coupon on your phone or print it out and just give it to the pharmacist. They've got to give you that price directly from the company. Cuts out the middleman. So TrumpRx.gov is an example of one of those things that we have just made a big move on and solidified what we thought was the right thing to do for the American people. And as part of that decision process, the president went further. He said there are parts of the country that are being left behind. So if you live in rural America, how many of you live in rural America? Let me see, show of hands. Oh, quite a few. So rural America's life expectancy has dropped quite dramatically. It's unfortunate because your zip code should not be your destiny, but that's what's happening. And so we put $50 billion in the rural health care in this country. That's that much money over 5 years is 50% more money than Medicaid ever puts in to the rural healthcare system. And we're changing rural healthcare in that way, meeting people, again, being a good Samaritan, driving change through the rural communities by allowing them to right-size their systems, by allowing big institutions to adopt smaller institutions, putting more folks with medical or nursing degrees into these communities, allowing rural America to enjoy the same high-quality health that's available in urban America. All this makes sense because we've been able to, please do applaud us for that, because that's something the Congress pushed for. And I'm going to pay him credit because he's speaking to you next. Dave McCormack, a superb senator from Pennsylvania, was one of the leaders. Yeah. Did a great job pushing to make sure that bill and others have gotten through. And the Working Families Tax Cut legislation was an extraordinary piece of legislation. The president got through and will change America and right-size not just rural health care, but Medicaid and other programs. Let me leave you with one little idea because it comes up a lot. Fraud, waste, and abuse. We are losing $100 billion a year from fraud, waste, and abuse. And I don't want to sour the mood in the room, but I do feel that it is almost our righteous duty to go out there and root out these folks. They are devils who are stealing health from our most vulnerable. if you're willing to steal money from people when they're on their low rung of the ladder, when they're struggling and often in debt, if you're willing to steal money from them, you'll steal their health, you'll steal their lives. So we are stopping that down in a big way. And give you an idea of how important that is, if we could stop that $100 billion of fraud that's taking place in Medicare and Medicaid, we would actually double the life expectancy of the Medicare Trust Fund. Imagine the power of knowing that the social safety net that was built for you 60 years ago, crafted so that your hard work would allow you in your older years to retire with full knowledge that your healthcare expenses are covered. Imagine if that protection was doubled, and all you had to do was stop bad guys from being bad guys. Which again brings me back to the Good Samaritan story. Because as a little kid, when I, like most kids, hear the story, I focused actually not so much on the Good Samaritan, but why those other two people walked by that injured individual on the street corner. Do not walk by your fellow American. Call out people who do not call out evil. God bless you all. The Faith and Freedom Coalition. Thank you very much. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage, Ralph Reed.
Well, now it is my great honor to welcome another great friend of this organization, Senator Dave McCormack of Pennsylvania. Dave is come on out, Dave. Thank you, my friend. Dave, you're a son of Western Pennsylvania. You went to the U.S. Military Academy, where I believe you were a wrestler.
I was, yeah.
And a good one.
I think that made the difference in Pennsylvania. All those wrestlers came out.
And I believe you invited President Trump, and he took you up on it to go to, was it an NCAA collegiate wrestling?
Yeah, it was the high mark. It was unbelievable. You guys may remember it, but there was this huge upset. There was this Olympic gold medalist in the finals. And he was wrestling a guy that had been in the Air Force. It was the odds were very small that he would win. And this guy from the Air Force upset the Olympic gold medalist, and then he stood up and saluted President Trump, and he had a flag wrapped around him, and President Trump looked at me, the best sporting event I've ever seen. Now, I just was with him the other day, and we were at the UFC fight, and he once again said, the best sporting event I've ever seen. So I'm not sure that's the only time he uses that, but it was pretty awesome.
But here's the salient point. Yeah. Until the UFC fight on the White House grounds, you had taken him to the best sporting event he had ever seen.
That's it. I had it for a moment.
Now, Dave, you, in addition to all your other achievements, you were CEO of Bridgewater, I think the largest and most influential hedge fund in the world, and before you ran for the Senate. So, when we get together personally, I always make sure to ask you what you think of the economy.
Yeah.
And these folks don't get to be in those meetings, so I want them to benefit from the wisdom of one of the smartest guys I know when it comes to the U.S. economy. Talk a little bit about what you think the state is. We've obviously had the increase in energy prices.
Yeah.
What's your view of where we are?
Well, I know Pennsylvania well, which I think is a good representative.
We lost his mic.
You hear me now? I know Pennsylvania well.
Can we bring him a handheld mic, guys?
Try it again. How's that? Am I back? Okay. So I know Pennsylvania well, and I think it's a good microcosm of the country. And if you step back big picture, the damage that the Biden administration did on our economy and on working families, he dug us into a huge ditch. And the best way to think about it is prices went way up. a total of 20% under Biden, and wages went up a lot less. So just a normal person with money in their pocket lost money in their pocket before you even talk about anything else. And we've made huge progress on that under President Trump. Wages are up significantly. Job creation is going crazy. In Pennsylvania, if you're a welder or a pipe fitter or electrician, we can't get enough of these great paying jobs. So we've made huge progress on it. It's true, the challenge we're facing is that inflation has gone back up based on particularly what's going on in Iran. And when I'm on the ground in Pennsylvania, people say two things. Boy, I'm glad the president had the courage to take on, we can't have a nuclear Iran, and the gas prices up $1 are killing me. They're coming down. We're seeing huge progress based on the Strait of Hormuz opening up. And so when I'm in Pennsylvania, I say, listen, you are way better off when you go through the numbers, but there's still things we need to work on. Healthcare costs, housing prices, and energy prices. And so the way to do that, energy dominance, stay at it. The way to do that, the Trump negotiations on pharma to get pharmaceutical prices down. The way to do that is to lower interest rates and to do housing reform. Those three things are the areas to focus on, but there's no doubt that the economy is coming alive. And I'll make one final point. In Pennsylvania, whether it's Nippon U.S. Steel, or whether it's Hanwha Philadelphia Shipyard, or whether it's Eli Lilly building new plants, we have had more big investments in Pennsylvania under President Trump in the last 18 months than we've had in the preceding 10 years. And that's what's happening when we're focused on making America great again.
Now, you know, you talked about housing prices. Obviously, a big piece of that is interest rates.
Yeah.
The president has made, he's not exactly a wallflower. So I don't think there's been a lot of ambiguity in his desire to see interest rates come down. He's got his guy now in there, Kevin Warsh, who's a fabulous guy.
Yeah.
I'm sure you agree is going to do an incredible job. But Kevin is a little bit like the dog that caught the car right now, because you've still got inflation above the Fed's target. So what do you think? I mean, the smart thinking is that we're not going to see interest rates come down until next year at the earliest. What do you think?
Yeah, well, Kevin, I've known him for 30 years. I introduced him at his hearing. I think he was a great choice by the president, in part because he's a reformer. The Fed's been locked in the past for decades.
It's a mess.
We need reform. We need to change the models. We need to change how we think about inflation. So I think we got the right guy there. There's two big things happening at the same time that I think will argue for patience to see what's really happening. The first big thing is what's going on in the Middle East. This is a huge shock to the economy. It's a shock to energy prices. They're coming down. If we continue to see that, that's going to be great. But we got to wait a little bit to see what's going to happen. President Trump has said, listen, if they don't fulfill their obligations on the nuclear program, we're going to go back at it. So first thing is we got to see what happens there. The second thing goes back to that capital I was talking about. We're in the middle of the biggest boom of investment in our lifetimes. What's happening is crazy in terms of all this investment coming back because of the tariffs, because of the pro-growth policies of the president. And that's going to increase productivity in a really profound way. And that could be deflationary. In other words, that could bring inflation down. So those two forces, we got to figure out how they're going to work. And I think what you're going to see is, at least for the next couple quarters, I suspect, him trying to figure out what the right path to do. As great as it would be to see interest rates come down, the thing that we can't have is inflation tick up and get out of control.
Right.
If inflation gets out of control, inflation is the worst thing ever for people that don't have money, because it steals money from right out of your pocket without you feeling it. And the people it hurts worse are people living paycheck to paycheck, or the people that are on fixed income, elders. So we got to be hard-nosed on inflation, and that's what I think will happen.
Yeah, and if you go back to the Reagan era, Reagan, like Trump, inherited a mess, including high inflation from Carter.
Right.
A lot of people don't really realize what a horrible economy Trump inherited.
Terrible.
Highest inflation in 40 years. We could go on and on. So it's going to be tough. Now, I want to drill down a little bit more on Iran. Because you were a warfighter. I didn't know this, but you shared with me backstage. Dave, as a member of the 82nd Airborne, was on the very first plane that landed in the Middle East in the first Gulf War. He was on the front lines. So he doesn't just know defense and military policy theoretically. He's lived it, and he's lived it in the Middle East. And I don't want to speak for our members, but I'll only speak for myself. I'm extremely grateful that the President had the courage and the moral clarity to take this action in Iran. Very much so. I trust the President's judgment, but I am concerned that given who the Iranians are, that through their shenanigans in diplomacy that we could snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah.
What's your thinking right now?
Well, I agree with you in the sense we've 47 years. There is no more evil regime in the world than Iran. There's no regime that's killed more Americans than Iran. There's no regime that has financed terror, that has been more horrific in killing its own people. So we're dealing with the ultimate bad actors, and that regime with a nuclear weapon is unacceptable. No president can tolerate it, and yet this is the only president that was willing to take the action he did with Midnight Hammer, but also with Epic Fury. So we got to give the president his absolute due on this, and stepping back, I mean, the military operation has been spectacular. It's been remarkable what we've done with our military, with the President's leadership to undermine their drone capability, their launchers, their missile capability, their manufacturing. So it's been a wildly successful military operation, and now we're at a fork in the road. And I believe the President when he says he wants a peaceful resolution, but I also believe him when he says he's not going to tolerate a path that gives Iran a nuclear weapon. So I think as we think about this 60 days, there's three things that the President has said which I think have to be anchored. We're dealing with people who lie, are deceitful, cheat. We're also dealing with a country that is more vulnerable now than it's ever been because of the actions of the President. So if we can come out of this negotiating period with an agreement that opens up the strait is uninhibited by Iran or anybody else, so it's back to international waters, with an agreement where there's a clear path to giving up the enriched uranium and giving up their nuclear program. If we can come out of it with that and the verification that that's the case, then that would be a wildly successful step forward. And I think we've got to give the peace process the opportunity, and we also have to be deeply skeptical because of the people that we're dealing with. And, we'll see. I think
where do you come down on any inspection regime? I think it's General Keane I heard on Fox News say we shouldn't leave it to the IAEA, I don't remember what the acronym stands for, but it's basically an international inspection agency that's been gamed, that the Iranians have played games with. Yeah. He says it's got to be U.S. inspectors. And snap inspections. Yeah.
I think it has to be an inspection regime that you and I could look across the table and say, we trust that. That may have to be U.S., it may have to be other allies. I'm deeply skeptical that the IAEA alone is something that we would believe. Just the way to think about it, this mostly isn't about us. What's going on is mostly not about the people in this room. We're mostly closer to the end than the beginning. This is really about our kids, and it's really about their kids. So are you and I comfortable that when we're gone, the inspection regime in place is going to give us confidence that Iran the country that said they want to destroy the great state in America, are we comfortable that our kids are going to be protected and there's not going to be some secretive nuclear program? If you and I look across the table and say we're comfortable for our kids, right? But I don't think we're going to be comfortable with our kids with the IAEA alone. So maybe it's U.S. inspectors, maybe it's some other combination of people we deeply trust. I mean, some of our Gulf allies, for example, have the greatest to risk from Iran. Like I would say that in this war, the two closest allies have been Israel and the UAE.
Yeah, big time.
Both. I mean, the UAE has received more missile attacks, 3 times more missile attacks than Israel. This is the remarkable thing. So Iran has completely destroyed any relations with a number of those countries. But we got to have confidence. That's the bottom line.
Yeah. Well, as we gather here today, Dave, we're roughly, give or take, 130 days from, without question, one of the most important midterm elections we've ever faced. And even though President Trump's name isn't on the ballot, certainly his agenda and his presidency is on the ballot. And you're somebody who ran twice in Pennsylvania. We were there for you both times. You understand the importance of having election integrity and having free and fair elections. We support, as do you, the Save America Act. We believe that it has to happen. What do you think is going to happen in the Senate? Do we have a path? What's the path forward? What are you doing to try and bring your colleagues?
Yeah, well, first, I in both races, but I certainly wouldn't have won in 2024 without faith and freedom. Almost 900,000 doors knocked across Pennsylvania. It was an unbelievable effort.
We have some of the folks who knocked on those
every
doors
one of you,
right
thank
here.
you.
You guys raise your hand.
Thank you.
Stand up.
Wouldn't have won without you, and I appreciate it. I'm honored and privileged to represent Pennsylvania, and I recognize wouldn't have got here. I won by 15,000 votes out of 7 million, right?
Yeah.
And when people tell me...
And as I recall, Bob Casey wouldn't concede for a while.
Took a while. It took a while. He came around. But the thing about this that I want to say is when people say, hey, there's not that many illegal immigrants that vote, what I say is, listen, it doesn't take many. It doesn't take many to change the course of history. There were 7 swing states. President Trump won all 7. We only won one in the Senate. It was Pennsylvania. And every time you see J.D. Vance break a tie, we wouldn't be breaking a tie. We wouldn't even have a tie if we hadn't won in Pennsylvania due to what you all have done. In Pennsylvania, we recently had a guy, Mahadi Sacco, was arrested. He's been in the United States for more than 20 years. He's voted, he's a registered Democrat. He's voted, he's an illegal immigrant. He's voted in all the presidential elections, right? It doesn't take many, which is why the Save America Act is so critically important. There's 2 pieces that matter the most. One is voter ID. The other is proof of citizenship to register. We've got to do 3 things. We got to keep the pressure on. It's an indefensible position from the Democrats. It's an 85-15 issue. Make them stand on the floor and defend over and over again the indefensible. That's number 1. Number 2, we have to use every mechanism we have in the Senate, particularly reconciliation, as a way to try to push this forward. I know the House is thinking up a reconciliation 3.0. We have to use everything we can do in the Senate. I've been on the Senate floor multiple times. I think this is incredibly important. People don't believe in the integrity of our elections anymore, and we need to take action. And so that's where I stand, and I'm going to keep pushing every day on it.
Great. Well, we appreciate it. We do have, by the way, here this weekend, the #1 door knocker in America.
All right.
He visited more homes than anybody. I don't know the exact number, but it's over 20,000.
We need to get him.
He visited.
We need to get him in Pennsylvania.
The plan is to call him up on stage before the president arrives. Well, you know, I'm not just saying this because you're a personal friend of mine. I think it is a judgment that many people in Pennsylvania arrived at, and that many of your colleagues have arrived at. The collective IQ of the U.S. Senate went up 2 points when he was sworn in, and I mean this sincerely.
That's not saying much, unfortunately.
It was a little bit like Thomas Jefferson in Independence Hall, you know, it was like that. But it isn't just that. It's your character, you know, somebody who served your country, somebody who grew up in Western Pennsylvania and has those values that inspire you every day. And the reason why I'm saying that is not to flatter or compliment you, although I'm happy to do so.
Let's bring it on.
It is really because I want to underscore for all of us that what we do makes a difference. If you ever think, does it really matter? Imagine the difference between Nancy Pelosi or Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House and Mike Johnson.
Yeah.
Imagine the difference between Dave McCormack and Bob Casey. This is the difference we have made. You heard it from his own lips, not mine. He wouldn't be here today without that effort. So Dave, thank you for running and serving. We're very grateful.
Can I say a final word?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to reinforce how much I appreciate Ralph, even though he roots for Navy at the Army-Navy game. But I want to end with an honest just statement, which is what a great privilege to represent Pennsylvania and to have the great support of Faith and Freedom. And I'm the 54th elected senator in Pennsylvania's history. I'm the 9th senator in the history of America from West Point. But I have a title that Dina and my 6 daughters would never have dreamed possible, the best dressed senator from Pennsylvania. I mean, just imagine John Fetcher. Just imagine it, right? So I'm grateful for all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dave.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome White House border czar, Tom Homan.
Hey, how y'all doing? So, what am I going to talk about today? I'm going to talk about why I'm pissed off this morning. You know, on the way in to the White House every morning, I read press releases, and the continuation of the media that want to push out false information about the Trump administration, what we're doing as far as immigration. I'm just sick and tired of it. So let me explain what this administration is doing. So, you know, I read every morning how inhumane the Trump administration is and how the president, myself, and others are racist, white nationalists, and just inhumane people, cruel people. There's nothing further from the truth. And let me explain something. Under Joe Biden last administration, yeah, I don't want to be political, but guess what? I'm going to be. So under the last administration, they say those policies were so humane and how we came in and how our policies are inhumane and causing death and just cruelty. So let me explain the difference between the last administration and this administration. The last administration, because they opened the border up, because they sent a message around the world, you can enter the country legally, it's a crime, don't worry about it. Turn yourselves into a Border Patrol agent, get processed and released within 24 hours, we'll fly you to the city of your choice on a taxpayer dime. We'll put you in a free hotel room. We'll give you 3 squares a day. We'll give you free medical care. And after a few months, you'll get work authorization, which is a real reason you came. You weren't really, you know, asylum seeker. You may call them asylum seeker, but 90% of asylum seekers end up with an order removal because they're not escaping fear and persecution from the homeland because of race, religion, or political affiliation. They come here for a better life, and I get that. That's not asylum. But under President Biden, over 4,000 aliens died making that journey. Historic record. Over 250,000 Americans died from fentanyl coming across the open border. Historic record. Women and children were sex trafficked. An historic record. No inspected terrorists came to the southern border. An historic record. Yeah, they broke records. They were killing Americans at record numbers. They were killing aliens at record numbers. And that's not to mention that on an average day, 70% of agents were off the line, off patrol, because they're busy taking care of this humanitarian crisis that they created on purpose. It wasn't mismanagement. It wasn't incompetence. It was by design. So what does President Trump do? First of all, promises made, promises kept. So President Trump, when he called me up to come back, I came out of retirement twice for this president because this president is the greatest president in my lifetime. As a border guy, a national security guy, an immigration guy, I say that from the bottom of my heart. The data proves it. No one's done it better. I've worked for 6 presidents, 10 administrations. No one even comes close to the success of President Trump. So right now, because of President Trump's leadership, we have the most secure border in the history of this nation. So the president called me up the second time. I was actually out to dinner with my wife, and right after the election, And we're having dinner, and my phone's sitting on the table, and all of a sudden it rang, and it says, POTUS. My wife says, oh my God. You're not going to go back again, are you? I said, hey, let's see what he wants. I call him up, and he said, that's what he said. First thing he said, you've been bitching about it for 4 years. You want to come fix it? So, how do you say no to that, right? So I came back in, and she goes, well, I said, well, get ready for another ride. I'm going back. And I did. He said, on that conversation, he said 3 things to me. I need you to do 3 things, Tom. I need you to secure the border. I need you to run a mass deportation operation. I need you to find these missing children. That's the 3 things he gave me. I told him, I said, look, we'll lock the border down in 2 months because we did it in Trump 45. We can brush off the plans. I had a few other ideas to add to that plan. We'll lock it down in 2 months. He says, great, make it a month. That's all right. I says, mass deportation, no problem there, because the last administration had over 10 million illegal aliens in this country. So we got plenty of people to go find. We can get that done. I said, but the children, sir, is not going to be easy. Because I know that under the last administration, they were released to unvetted sponsors. Their number one goal is push these kids out as soon as they could so there's no overcrowding. Same they did with the aliens, push them out, send them to their cities, because the last thing they want is the images of overcrowding at the border, overcrowding in any of the facilities, because that tells a story. They don't want that story told, so move people as quick as possible. So look, most secure border in history, check, done. Number 2, mass deportations. The first year under President Trump, almost 1 million people were removed. No president even come close to that. So check. And despite what the media says, 60 to 70% of everybody we arrest is a criminal, which means they're pending criminal charges or they have a criminal conviction. Now, there's some say we should be arresting everybody. Well, we are. But when you got a public safety threat here and a non-public safety threat there, you always got to get that guy first. He's the biggest danger to our communities. But I'd rather have it as 60 criminal and 40 non-criminal than have it 40 non-criminal and 60, non-criminal. It's always better to have more criminals because what we're doing every day, we remove a public safety threat, we're making this country safe again. So we had a record historic year with deportations, but now we got 10,000 more agents on board, or it should be on board by the end of next month. Wait till next year. The third thing, the children. Under President Trump's leadership, first of all, under the last administration, nearly 500,000 children were smuggled into this country, separated from their parents, put in hands of criminal cartels, and released to unvetted sponsors. The old Secretary of HHS, Becerra, he stood on stage numerous times and was bragging about how quick these kids get released from custody. Shame on him. Because let me tell you what we found out. Many of the addresses provided by the sponsors didn't exist. We're out there looking for these kids, and the address is a supermarket, a parking lot, a church, shopping mall. Many of the IDs provided by the sponsors were fraudulent. Home checks weren't done to verify that that person lived at this address and it's a place where a child could be raised. They didn't vet the sponsors properly. They didn't vet anybody else in the household. Under President Trump, 45, not only did we vet the sponsor, we vetted everybody in that household to make sure there's not a predator or criminal in that household. We have found that a single male had 18 children assigned to him. I knew this would be tough, and I told the president, we can find you. You own a car, you own a home, you pay bills, you pay utility bills, you got a credit card. You all have a digital footprint. We can find you. How do you find a child that don't have a digital footprint? And I told the president, I know for a fact, because I've been screaming about it for 4 years, that we got to count on the digital footprint of the sponsor. and where they provide false identity, false addresses, they weren't vetted, the home checks weren't done, we can't verify who these people are, that digital footprint's going to be a mess. And it has been. But under President Trump's leadership, we have already found 147,000 of these children. Now, many of these children were safe with their family, just hiding out because they didn't want to be deported. But many, too many, were victims of sex trafficking and forced labor. So I don't want to hear another damn word about President Trump being inhumane. He's saving lives every day. There's been studies done that 31% of women, and these studies are done by independent groups, up to 31% of women that make that journey coming to the United States get sexually assaulted. 31% admitted they got sexually assaulted making that journey. If 31 admitted it, how many is that number really? So when President Trump has illegal immigration down 97%, how many women aren't being raped? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many known suspected terrorists aren't coming into the country? How many pounds of fentanyl isn't coming across the border to kill Americans? President Trump is saving thousands of lives every month, but no one wants to talk about it. I'm talking about it. And we're not going to stop talking about it. And the media, you can keep writing all the hit pieces you want on me. I don't care. I don't care what you think about me. I don't care I'm not running a popularity contest, so write what you want, but Tom Homan's going to stay. I'm not going anywhere, and we're going to keep pushing the lever. We're going to make this country safe again. We're going to secure our border, and we're going to be a nation of laws. President Trump, let me say this. I'm sick and tired of reading about the evil man in the White House. I have spent so much time with this president, whether it's on Air Force One, in the Oval Office, at Mar-a-Lago, doing trips together, whatever it is. I started in 1984. I spent a career as a special agent, criminal investigator. You learn how to study people. And I'm telling you, I respect President Trump as much as I do my own dad. Because I know what's inside him. I know where his heart's at. I've been with him, and I've never met anybody that loves this country so much as that man. Now, look, is he perfect? No. If you want the president to be perfect, you better wait for the second coming of Jesus, because I've never met a perfect man in my life. I'm proud to work for him, because I know when it comes to border security, national security, enforcing our laws in this country, having the backs of the men and women of law enforcement, no one's done it better. Nobody. And I'm going to end with this. I say I got 2.5 minutes left. To the media, stop attacking the members of ICE. These are I want you to know the men and women of ICE, who I was one. Look, I wore that Border Patrol uniform. I was an ICE agent. When I was a director of ICE, I didn't ask any of the 20,000 men and women that worked for me to do anything that I didn't do myself. I know what these people deal with. I know the death threats are up 8,000%. I know that personally. That's why I'm surrounded by security detail. I got 24/7. I can't even go to the grocery store without security detail. But to the haters and cartel members who threaten me, come get some, because I'm tired of you. President Trump will wipe the criminal cartels, the drug cartels. He's playing the away game, which is smart. We've been playing the home game for decades. Now President Trump's taking a fight to them in the away game, and what a difference he's making. Fentanyl deaths have decreased significantly. Drugs from this country's decreased significantly. I think President Trump, by the time he leaves office, will wipe these criminal drug cartels off the face of the earth. But the death threats aren't going to stop me. But, you know, I'm lucky. I have a security detail. The men and women of ICE don't. And I know the threats they're dealing with. Not only are they being doxxed, their spouses are being doxxed. Their children are being doxxed. It's amazing what's going on right now. I just can't believe it. The hate for these men and women. But the men and women of ICE are just like you. They're moms and dads, their sons and daughters, their brothers and sisters who strap a gun to their hip every day, put a Kevlar vest on to go arrest the worst of the worst in this nation. And they're getting attacked by members of Congress who want to call them the Gestapo and the secret police. Well, I'll tell you what, they're enforcing the law that you wrote, so if they're a racist for enforcing that, what's that make you? You wrote the law. My wife told me don't go on the stage pissed off today, but I can't help it because it's just who I am. Look, I take this personal. I take it personal because what President Trump is doing is saving lives. I've stood in the back of a tractor trailer with 19 dead people at my feet, including a 5-year-old boy that they all baked to death. I got to that crime scene, they're all in underwear trying to get some relief from the 170-degree heat in the back of a steel truck with no air. Think of the way these people died. I've gotten on my knees to talk to little girls as young as 9 that were raped multiple times by members of a cartel. And when you get on your knees, you talk to a little girl that everything innocent and pure and has been ripped from her. That's what happens when you have an unsecure border. Well, guess what? There's no little 9-year-old girl right now that anybody's getting on their knees and talking to because President Trump has closed the border down. I'll leave you with this. Secure borders saves lives. Secure borders protects our national security. No one's done it better than President Trump, and we ain't finished yet. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Executive Director of the Faith and Freedom Coalition, John Harbison.
You don't know how much. Yeah, we love you. Keep it up, my friend. Well, let's see if he's here. I'm trying to get Dave to come down.
This is my mic. Okay.
He didn't get it.
Working out a few details this morning, but we're going to get there.
The
Hope you're having as good a time as we are.
What's the Wi-Fi?
You know, our staff, I can still hear Ralph a little bit, but our staff works countless amounts of hours to put this conference on every year, and we strive to make it better every year, and we want to make sure we do that this time. So thank you for being here and being a part of our Faith and Freedom family. I don't think of you as attendees. I think it's almost like old home week when I come back to Road to Majority every year, because I see all the faces and names of people that I get to see when we're in D.C. every year. So thank you for being here. You know, as people of faith, we're called to be good stewards of our blessings. And we ask our government officials, our elected officials and the appointed officials, to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. So today, we're going to do something that we've never done at Road to Majority before. I'm going to sit down and we're going to have an interview with the director of the Office of Management and Budget. And we're going to talk about cutting fraud and waste in our government. We're going to talk about taking care of taxpayer money. So please join me in welcoming Director Russ Vought to the stage. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Great. Thank you. I don't know, yep, I guess my other mic is working now, so we can work through that. Thank you for coming and joining us. Like I was telling the crowd, we've really not done this before, but with the working families tax cut, we're now, I guess, 6, 7, 8 months now in the rearview mirror of that. We should be starting to see the effects of that. And what are you seeing in your position with management and budget?
Well, I mean, it's great to be here. Love your organization. Obviously, it was a historic piece of legislation that was both tax cuts and spending cuts and many new investments. So we've seen deficit reduction as a result of it, but we've also seen people having more of their own hard-earned money. Refunds are up about 11%, about a couple $100 to $1,000 in additional refunds are coming in, and that's going to have an impact on people's ability to meet the affordability desires that they have and to be able to continue to have a strong economy moving forward. So we're seeing it everywhere. Investments up, factories are coming on board. We're just seeing a lot of health beyond in the numbers and beyond the numbers.
That's great. That's great. I appreciate that. And I can tell a difference with my own personal taxes. And friends of mine, they're like, hey, the refund was a lot better this year. So that's a great thing. And then not to mention all the other great aspects in that bill. Now I know with this new with the second term of the administration, there's been a lot of talk about cutting fraud and waste. And before I got into working in politics, I worked in healthcare and healthcare sales. So I understand, how that world works. Talk to me, because you're the front line of fraud, cutting fraud and waste out of the budgets. How does that working for you?
Well, we're thrilled to be a participant on the task force set up by the Vice President and to bring an all-of-government perspective to that. And that really is what our office does, is anything all-of-government as a push, we help clear bureaucracy. But let me speak to one thing that we're very, very on point on right now, and that is we are overhauling the grant-making process in this country. So the extent to which agencies have grants that they're sending out, previously that had not been something that political officials, those that come in with an administration, had reviewed. And so what do you see at the NIH? You see Tony Fauci, a career individual, investing money in gain-of-function research that ends up contributing to a global pandemic. But it's at the woke and the weaponized level as well. You see funding going towards LGBT causes. You see funding going to groups that are promoting open borders and suing the United States government because right now we are taking steps to deal with that, the previous open border. So the grants, we were largely funding liberalism and largely funding the left. And this administration has come on. The president gave us the instruction in an executive order last year, a direction to all the agency heads. You have to be personally in charge of making sure this funding goes out for causes that are consistent with the agenda that I ran on. And we are aligning the regulations to meet that executive order. And what we're seeing right now, and it's in the news, you're seeing a massive pushback from the left, from the quote-unquote scientific community, from many of these universities. By the way, these universities get somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60% reimbursement for quote-unquote indirect costs. Wow. So think parking lots, think administrative salaries. That's not research. Bill Gates, when Bill Gates gives something to a university, he gives 10% for university for indirect costs. So again, these are the types of reforms that we're either doing or pursuing, and the left is fighting back furiously, but we are going to be dogged, we're going to work very hard, and we're going to get this job done.
I know, thank you. And I know that we're starting to raise awareness. I was at a meeting up here in Washington a couple months ago with the White House Faith Office, and a lot of the community grants and different things, they said, look, make sure you're out there telling these people that it's a new day. It's not the same old way of doing grants anymore, and go out there and look on the websites and apply for these grants and get your applications in. So that's great news to
Yeah,
you.
I mean, there's a ton of good work going on in every agency.
Yeah, and it's just amazing. We're so happy with what that's turning into. One question, so in your confirmation hearing, I know the left got pretty heated on your about your faith and sort of how it affects your life and how you live your life. And when I was doing some research, you almost became a pastor at one time. So if you don't mind, would you share with our crowd a little bit about that and how it came about?
You know, we're very involved in our local church, Cherrydale Baptist here in Arlington, Virginia, right across the river. And, you know, before President Trump came to office, and in the first few years of the first term, I was what we call a lay elder, okay. Which is kind of a part-time pastor. Right. And I was thinking, you know, is that the next career path? Mm-hmm. And strongly thinking through to going to seminary. And then President Trump gets elected. New doors were opened. And honestly, the first confirmation, I think, is what you're referring to, is when Bernie Sanders came at right. me directly for essentially believing in John 3:16, right? Which, you know, you can watch any baseball game and see it behind home plate, and yet to the extent that that would be viewed as some kind of bigotry was a new day for Christians in public life. Mm-hmm. Justice Barrett saw it in her confirmation hearings as well. And it, you know, it was an eye-opening experience for me, not just because you never quite think that you're going to be put in front of that situation and get to, not have to, get to defend your faith. But it was an eye-opening experience, I think, the extent to which we need Christians that are having a presence in public life, in the public square, and doing jobs that are many different things. It's been it was a great 4 years. I get to think about my dream job and doing it and how to do it better, and now I'm one of those rare people that get to do their dream job a second time, having thought about it for 4 years.
That's good. That's great. And we've still got a little bit more time, so I want to touch on a few other things. I was also reading where, with the last budgets that y'all put out, that was a 10% mm-hmm. cut across the board. So yeah. You're coming back through, and that's a part of these cuts and of cutting out not only fraud and waste, but also trimming down the federal government and just the federal bloat, right?
Absolutely. Let me just give you a kind of a wide-angle lens of where we are fiscally, if I could. Everyone comes and talks in Washington, D.C. about cutting spending, and then they rarely do. We've had decades where we've had no fiscal wins. Mm-hmm. Really, since 1997, we did not have any fiscal wins. That's when I came to this town in 1988, 1999. I was actually reminiscing with Ralph backstage about the time that when I was in college, I came and met with him on a trip out here as a college junior and got to learn and see the types of jobs that are available to impact your country. But not since 1997 have we seen any kind of fiscal wins of anything that you could speak of. And many people have raised it as an issue. Many people have had come forward plans until last year with the One Big Beautiful Bill, and separately the spending cuts that we did during the appropriations process. President Trump ended fiscal futility last year. We were able to have, if you think of 1997 as an $800 billion spending reform, savings cuts, this one had $2 trillion in savings. Wow. In addition. So we think about it in terms of it was largely a tax cut, mm-hmm. but it came with it, it paid for itself, it paid for its spending, it was $1.5 trillion in deficit reduction, $2 trillion in savings, and these savings weren't just these normal gimmicks where you kind of move the timing and the years, and this was welfare reform. This was work requirements in Medicaid and food stamps. Mm-hmm. Previously, what work requirements was in a small program called TANF, cash payments for welfare. These were major, major reforms that have put us in a major, it's the end of fiscal futility, and now we can start to do this every single year. So when we put forward ideas, a new budget, we have the opportunity to convince the American people that we're serious and we're going to continue the effort. And you got to do what you can do. 3-seat majority, to have accomplished that with a 3-seat majority is quite stunning.
It is.
And so we're going to continue to do it. And we have our latest budget up there with a 10% cut. And we're hard after it trying to get those things secured. And what I'm seeing in the appropriations bills is Congress is actually for the first time cutting programs I never thought I would see the day, in which they would actually come alongside of us, Job Corps, Massively wasteful program, not at all helping people get back into employment, actually unsafe as a program when kids go there. Congress is now cutting these programs in the bills that they're moving. So we're seeing a ton of progress across the board.
Yeah, that's great. And I know, you know, and our DC guys here, I work out of our Atlanta office, but our DC guys are telling me like, hey, you know, we're keeping a heads up on and watchful eye on these appropriations bills that are moving through, because it's a lot of good works that are going through there. And Congress is getting back to its job of actually appropriating money rather than just having to roll into an omnibus bill every, or reconciliation bill. So thank you for coming, and thank you for your time today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Executive Director of the Georgia Faith and Freedom Coalition, Mac Parnell.
Good morning, Faith and Freedom. How are we doing this morning? Are we excited to see the 45th and the 47th President of the United States? Can I hear it from my Georgia people right quick? All right, I have a confession. I was feeling very confident, and I was talking to Jason, my good friend from North Carolina, and I was just sure that we had outperformed him. But as it turns out, it may be a photo finish. They're going to have to count all the attendees, and we'll get the official results sometime tomorrow. But thank you so much to my Georgia people and all our friends from North Carolina and everyone else. Now, it's my great honor to introduce my congressman. And I say that in a number of ways. One, I happen to live in his congressional district, about 15 minutes away from his house. And two, somehow he happens to be the grandfather to our 4 children. He's also my father-in-law. And it's such a pleasure. I don't want to take too much time from our interview, so it's such a pleasure. Please join me in welcoming my congressman, my friend, my father-in-law, Congressman Barry Loudermilk. All right, Congressman, it was 1:30 a.m. last night, or this morning. My wife woke up in a start and said, "You've got to prepare with my dad for this interview." And I said, "No, we'll just wing it." So this morning I saw you in the hallway, and I said, "Do you want to prepare?" And you said, "No, what? Let's just wing it." So here we are. So Christiana, if this crashes and burns, you warned us. I apologize, but thank you so much for the invite.
It's on a wing and a prayer.
A wing and a prayer, that's right. But I will say we wanted to ensure that at least some people in the audience would be friendly, so I think we imported the majority of your family that's going to be here. We've got 6 of your 9 grandkids.
That's right.
We've got, let's see, we've got 2 of your kids, 2 of your in-law, your son-in-law and a daughter-in-law. Of course, your wife, my mother-in-law, Desiree, and then the Perdomo family's here, and then Chris and his fiance are here as well. So we are guaranteed to have somewhat of a friendly audience.
That's right. And the rest of them are coming at the beginning of next week.
That's right. That's right. Well, you have done a tremendous job serving as our representative, and I want to thank you for that. And I want to thank you for the example you've been to me growing a family. And I just wanted to open up and just say, what does family mean to you?
Well, family is everything, and it's why I do what I do. And it's why I first ran for office. It's why I've been in Congress for 12 years. It's been some of the most rewarding times, but it's the absolute worst job I've ever had in my life, and the most dangerous job. And I served in the Air Force during Desert Storm. But it's because of what Ronald Reagan said. We're only one generation away from losing our freedom. And it's important that we raise a generation like the previous generations that are willing to sacrifice to ensure that the next generation enjoys those freedoms. And that's one of the concerns that I have now is we don't have that generation coming up. So.
Well, with that, you know, sometimes to get hope for the future, you have to look at the past. And you're an author, a historian, and it just so happens, what a coincidence, that you have released, re-released a #1 national bestseller, your book, And Then They Prayed. It's a wonderful book, and you're going to have a book signing immediately following these remarks. Going to be just up the stairs in the International Terrace. You don't have to leave the security perimeter. So I would encourage everyone to get at least 3 copies of this, maybe 5 copies of this, because you want one for yourself, you want one for your wife, and you need to share one, because this information is very inspirational. And will you just share a little bit about what inspired this book, and then very quickly share who happened to get the first copy of this re-edition?
So the book was really, I was encouraged to write it by my wife and my children, especially my daughter. My dad's a World War II veteran. He was a medic, landed at D-Day, went through Europe on into Germany. Of course, I was a latecomer, and growing up, all of my peers, it was their grandfathers that were the World War II veterans, so I always won the bragging rights because my dad was there. And he used to tell me stories, not just of the war. He rarely talked about his own experiences. Being a medic, you can understand why. They're very painful memories. But he would tell me stories not only of his own experience, but of American history I was never learning in schools. And ironically, all of these had to deal with prayer and providence, that at the most critical times in our country, our founders and our national heroes turned to prayer, and we saw acts of divine providence. Now, there were several books that you could find on acts of divine providence during the founding of our nation, especially during the War for Independence. Benjamin Franklin at the Constitutional Convention, after he called the Convention of Prayer, which is one of the stories in here, he mentions the many acts of divine providence that they all witnessed during our War for Independence. George Washington, as our first president, his first act was to pronounce a national day of prayer and thanksgiving for the multitude of acts of divine providence in our favor. Our Declaration of Independence, which we'll be celebrating 250 years next week, the last line of the Declaration says, "And in support of this declaration with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence." This stuff isn't taught in schools anymore. And so I wanted to actually looking for books about divine providence, not just during the Revolutionary period, but continued on. They still happen today. And so we spent 10 years researching this, getting the facts, and also understanding that people respond to stories more than they do just facts. So we wanted to write it in story form. So instead of just learning of George Washington at Valley Forge, I wanted you to be with him, which meant I had to research the people who were with him and their writings and what they said. And so we put you in the rooms. We put you in mission control during the Apollo 8 mission. It's an incredible story of what happened on the Apollo 8 mission that actually launched the attack on prayer in schools as a result of that. But also being in the room with General Anthony McAuliffe during the Battle of the Bulge, or with one of the great evangelists of America, General George Patton. People don't realize he was a prayer warrior. He firmly believed in prayer. And the story of him educating his chaplain on the power of prayer and then ordering 250,000 prayer cards to be distributed to every member of the Third Army during the Battle of the Bulge resulted in a miracle. In fact, the title of the book comes from General George Patton. The chapter is called Planning, Working, and Prayer, because he told his chaplain there's only 3 things that actually result in a victory or defeat in battle. You plan, you work, but the final decision is that third element, which is like plugging into a circuit of power, and that's prayer. And so after reading him talking about planning, working, and prayer, that's when I started looking, and at every moment through our history, when it was insurmountable odds, Our heroes, they planned, they worked, and then they prayed.
Amen. Amen. Can we get a applause for that? My goodness. Now, I'm just going to ask you to take just 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And that's a challenge. 30 seconds. And I will take credit that I came up with the inscription and suggested it to you. But would you please share with who got the first copy of this re-edition? 30 seconds. And how this acknowledgement at the bottom.
I've never said good morning in 30 seconds. So, pre-release copy came out in June of last year. We were launching it in July. I had just gotten them. I got a call from the White House that Trump wanted to meet with me. It was a one-on-one meeting, just he and I. He was actually seeking some advice on some issues. And so I flew back to Washington early. As I'm walking out of my office to go to the White House, I grabbed one of the copies and I inscribed it to him. Kind of a personal joke to my favorite president, because every time he would call me on my cell phone, I was like, Barry, it's your favorite president. I just said, to someone who has also experienced an act of divine providence, referring to the assassination attempt. And so I took it with me. I handed it to him. I told him about it. 2 weeks later, I was back at the White House for some other meetings, not with the president this time, but the staff told me, he said, you know that book you gave him? I said, yeah. I just figured he had put it on a shelf. They said, you know, he's been reading it. And then in October, he Truth Socialed a tremendous endorsement of the book. And so it's incredible. And we do have a picture of where I presented the book to him at our booth back here.
We just have a little bit of time left, and you're somebody, you mentioned divine providence. Honestly, I've lost count of the threats that you face.
Yeah.
I've lost count of the assassination attempts that have actually taken place and the bullets fired at your direction since you've been in Congress. You've been through a lot, and you have stood firm for our values. And we've got just about a minute left. What does the future look like?
You know, the future is so important, and people ask me all the time, 250 years, what does that mean? It's significant because in the world history, the only other constitutional republics, the average length is 7 to 11 years. Let that sink in. Far beyond what anybody imagined. Have we got troubles? Yes, we've got troubles. But the Bible tells us in Ecclesiastes, there's nothing you will face that hasn't been faced in the past, right? There's nothing new under the sun. Our founders knew to look into the past to plot the future. In fact, at the signing or the debates of the Declaration of Independence, a delegate, Benjamin Rush, leaned over to John Adams and asked him, he said, do you really think that we'll win in our fight for independence? And without hesitation, John Adams said, yes, if we pray and we ask God to forgive us of our sins. What he was doing was looking in the past. He looked at 2 Chronicles 7:14. To know our future, we have to know what has sustained us for the first 250 years, and that is prayer and providence. And I'll just leave you with this. Listen to our national anthem. Our national anthem, the last line that we normally sing, ends with a question. The question says, does that star-spangled banner still fly above the home of the free and the brave? I can say right now, because of God's divine providence, yes, it does. And if I have anything to do with it, it will happen for another 250 years.
All right, he's going to be just in the International Terrace. Go ahead and get your copy. I think they've only got a few here. So go ahead and make your way up there, and he'll sign it for you. Please join me in thanking Congressman Barry Loudermilk.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, Secretary Scott Turner.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's so good to be here with you all. I always consider it a great honor to stand before this group of God-fearing patriots. So thank you for investing your time, your talent, and your treasure, amen, to be here. And I also want to say thank you to Chairman Reed for inviting me to speak here today, and to this wonderful entire Faith and Freedom Coalition team for your incredible work in educating and mobilizing people of faith to be agents of change and help return America back to her biblical foundations. Can we give God a round of applause, please? Thank you. Thank you, Lord. It's so grateful to be here. You know, as many of you know, I serve as a pastor at Prestonwood Baptist Church, and in my role as a pastor and now as HUD secretary, they have similar purposes, and that is to partner with like-minded people to serve the most vulnerable people of our country. At the Department of Housing and Urban Development, we believe in empowering faith leaders across the country in their service to the American people. They have been serving, faith communities have been serving their communities long before the federal government stepped in. Yeah, we can clap about that because it's true. Including help our homeless Americans to get back upon their feet. I've witnessed this in my home family, homelessness. My uncle was found about 6 or 7 years ago. He was beaten, substance abuse, homeless, and had a life-debilitating disease, and we found him homeless, and we put wraparound services around him. Our family gathered around him to take care of him, not just physically, but spiritually and mentally, and all of his nieces and nephews, his brothers and sisters came around him. We didn't just house him, we put services with him, we loved him, we prayed for him, and so he lived the last 3 years of his life in dignity, and he died with his family at his side. And that's because it wasn't just about housing, it was about taking care of him holistically, and I thank God for that opportunity. But my uncle's story is not unique. Thanks to the tireless work of faith-based organizations, many homeless Americans have overcome addiction and reclaimed their dignity because these groups see treating homelessness as more than just providing housing. Where housing individuals is permanent housing for generations is not caring. Faith groups understand that breaking these cycles of government dependency and forging pathways to self-sufficiency require tending to homeless Americans' physical, mental, and spiritual needs, not just throwing them a set of house keys and said, okay, that's it. I've visited faith-based homeless shelters across this great country, and I've heard testimonies from people transformed by transitional housing programs and supportive services, such as job training, addiction recovery, and biblical counseling. We want this life change to continue for generations and be replicated across our country. And that is why HUD is partnered with faith-based organizations and community organizations to address this homelessness crisis. The Biden administration literally stiff-armed faith-based providers simply because of their biblical values. In some cases, these organizations were barred from receiving funding unless they remove Christian principles from their mission statements. There are more than 350,000 religious organizations in America. Imagine the widespread revitalization that could take place if we provided these groups with the tools they need to uplift their communities. That's exactly why and exactly what we're doing at HUD. We're welcoming faith-based organizations, not stiff-arming them, but welcoming them back to the table and ensuring that they can compete. Amen. Ensuring that they can compete for the funding on a level playing field. Faith-based homelessness providers are actively carrying out Jesus' command, love your neighbor as yourself. A few weeks ago at a round table, I met an individual who was rescued from homelessness and addiction. He was rescued by an organization who was faithful to carry out this commandment, love your neighbor as yourself. He said that before he was homeless and a severe alcoholic, he was a neighbor. He was your neighbor and my neighbor. He coached his neighbor's kids in Little League and took out their trash when they were away. A faith-based provider stepped in to care for him as his neighbor, giving him medical services and therapy and helping him understand why he kept turning to alcohol in times of crisis. They helped address the root cause of his homelessness. And now he has surrendered his life to Christ and became an advocate for faith-based homelessness recovery programs across our country. My wife, Robin, always says to me that we are blessed to be a blessing. We're called to love our neighbors because one person's compassion can become another person's turning point. One person's compassion can become another person's turning point. We're not too busy to be a shoulder to lean on, or ears to listen, or hands to pray. Be blessed to be a blessing. Amen? Another way that HUD's faith partners love their neighbors is through disaster relief. Disaster relief cannot be a one-size-fits-all solution mandated by the federal government. Texans devastated by Kerrville's flash floods have different needs than North Carolinians devastated by Hurricane Helene. Local communities and faith leaders have boots on the ground surveying the damage and meeting with victims so they understand their community's needs the best. For example, when I visited Asheville, North Carolina, I met a group of college students from Samaritan's Purse who gave up their spring break to help rebuild an elderly woman's home. Samaritan's Purse saw a specific need and called on community members who were eager to help meet that need. The federal government will never be able to address every victim's unique hardship like this, but we can empower those who can. I've traveled to disaster areas across the country to meet with pastors and faith leaders and learn how HUD can better partner with them to help Americans rebuild their lives and their livelihoods. Loving our neighbors also includes being good stewards of the treasures God has blessed us with. In Jesus' parable of the talents, when the master returns from his journey, he applauds the servant who invested the talent and gave them and rebuked the ones who chose to bury them. At the heart, the parable is a lesson in good stewardship. What we have been given, whether it's money, influence, or opportunity, is not meant to be hoarded or hidden away. Rather, God calls us to invest those resources wisely in ways that benefit others. This same principle underlies the concept of opportunity zones. Opportunity zones use tax incentives to encourage businesses and community leaders to invest in low-income communities through affordable housing, small business development, and job opportunities around our country. Opportunity zones are not handouts. They are long-term investments created through public-private partnerships that lend a hand up to our most vulnerable Americans. This initiative gives them the opportunity to build a foundation for themselves through home ownership, education, and job stability. Opportunity zones have already poured more than $100 billion of investment into historically forgotten communities. Opportunity zones have lifted more than 1 million people out of poverty in our country. They've spurred the creation of 500,000 jobs and created 400,000 new homes. And all of these things are wonderful. But to me, dollar amounts and statistics do not define success. Life change defines success. The spirit of opportunity zones is community revitalization. That word to revitalize means to bring new life. How many know there's communities across America that need new life? We drive by them day in and day out, and that's what opportunity zones do. When investors bet on America's untapped potential, new life is breathed into these communities, building vibrant neighborhoods and giving Americans a chance to achieve self-sufficiency. I've seen this life change firsthand while visiting opportunity zones in rural, tribal, and urban communities across our country. Liberty Square in Miami, the Battery in Philadelphia, Highlander Accelerator in Omaha, Nebraska, and so many more people across this country using opportunity zones to breathe new life into their communities and help people to live a life of self-sustainability. Faith-based organizations can and should play a vital role in economic and community development within opportunity zones. In many parts of our nation, as it was in our founding, the local church is still the bedrock of the community. So they're best positioned to lead, amen. They're best positioned to lead projects that will bring the most revitalization. There are many ways that faith-based organizations and churches can join this initiative, such as considering business opportunities that will attract investors, forming qualified opportunity zone funds, turning underused and underserved neighborhoods and closed houses of worship into redevelopment projects. You don't have to figure this out alone. HUD is here. Our Center for Faith has been hard at work teaching faith leaders about how they can be a part of this transformative initiative. They've hosted nationwide informational conferences with investors, local and state governments, churches, and faith-based organizations. And I want to encourage each of you to reach out to the HUD Faith Office to learn more about how you can use opportunity zones to love your neighbors. Now, this is a perfect time to get involved because President Trump, he signed the working family tax cuts into law, and it made opportunity zones permanent and enhance the impact in communities across America. Opportunity zones help Americans build a legacy. In 10 to 20 years, lives and communities will forever be changed because of the permanency of opportunity zones. The impact of economic prosperity and community revitalization created today will be felt for generations to come, especially in our rural areas in America. Outside of HUD, President Trump and his entire administration, of which I'm so humbled to serve in, I thank God for it every single day. I don't take it for granted. The President and this administration have made it a priority to bring faith back into our government. We saw this on display during the Rededicate 250 last month, where thousands gathered at the National Mall to praise God for his faithfulness and to pray that our country would turn back to him. It was inspiring to see Americans from all walks of life hungry for another great awakening and fervently asking the Lord Jesus to heal our land. But the president didn't just set aside only one day of prayer for our country. He created an entire initiative called America Prays. He's asking that more than 1 million Americans to gather with 10 people each week to pray for wisdom for our leaders, unity for our people, and revival for our nation. Amen. The power of prayer has been evident in our country. How many know that prayer is our greatest tool? I wonder today, when the last time you got on your knees before God and submitted to him and surrendered your heart to him and prayed for our country. Just imagine if all of us pray intentionally, specifically to God Almighty. How many know this thing would change? Prayer has been evident in our country since our founding. It has sustained us during times of war, given us joy during times of victory. It ignites an indescribable power of hope within you, and its light is felt by those whom you pray for. If you have not already, I urge you to join America Prays with me and seek the Lord in prayer leading up to our nation's 250th birthday. To safeguard our freedom, to pray, President Trump is restoring our religious liberties and rooting out anti-Christian bias throughout the federal government. Last year alone, he established the Religious Liberty Commission, which I have the honor to be a part of. We have held multiple hearings to learn about attacks on religious liberties around our country and have recommended policy changes to the president that will protect Americans' First Amendment rights. How many know this president is serious about the faith people in this country? The early settlers came here to escape religious persecution and build a nation where every individual could exercise their religion without fear of retaliation by the government. With this task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias, President Trump is ensuring the same religious oppression the Pilgrims escaped does not take root in our country again. HUD has worked closely with the Department of Justice on the task force's recent report to uncover the Biden administration's discrimination against Christians and detail how HUD is helping end pervasive anti-Christian bias. One example we identified as participants in HUD programs were being required to comply with woke gender ideology and non-discrimination requirements, even if these mandates conflicted with a provider's religious beliefs. To rectify this, we have issued a proposed rule to remove radical definitions of gender identity and sexual orientation, replacing them with sex across nearly 50 regulations. Amen. Under this new rule, the Equal Access Rule would also be adjusted to protect women who go to our women's shelters. Amen. God created only two sexes, male and female. And it's about time that we enshrine this truth in our country once and for all. I'm grateful to have a steadfast president like President Trump, who is working hard to restore biblical, biological truth, to protect America's religious liberties, and to return our country to our founding Judeo-Christian principles and values. Proverbs 29:18 says this, where there is no vision, the people perish. The Biden administration lost sight of our founding fathers' vision, America as a beacon of faith, liberty, and hope. Under President Trump's leadership, we are reestablishing that vision. You all play an important role in that by promoting policies that uphold the values of faith, the sanctity of life, biblical marriage, the nuclear family, and personal responsibility. Scripture tells us this, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. Amen. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. The Biden administration worshiped the government as their God, but we in the Trump administration, we will worship God Almighty, the only everlasting Father. Hallelujah. There's only one true God. Do you know him today? Faith leaders like you, along with the Trump administration, will return America to one nation under the one true God. And it's all of us working together to return him to his rightful place. As Paul tells us in Galatians, we cannot grow weary in doing good. This is the moment to stand firm on biblical principles that our country was founded on. Do not be weary in doing good. Do not faint in doing good, because your change will come. How many know that God is faithful? Amen. He is the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. We know this. We hold this to be true. And together, we as men and women of God, believers in the Lord Jesus, freedom fighters, those that uphold the liberties by which those that fought long ago, that we can stand in these freedoms. We will not falter. We will not waver. We will not compromise. We will not be complacent, but we will trust in God Almighty. Amen. God bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you, man. We love you.
Everybody. By the way, if you have not already done so, if you don't recall seeing it, pull up on YouTube when President Trump called on him to pray in the cabinet meeting. And to have a man of God like that at the president's right hand is an unbelievable blessing. Let's thank God for it. Now, the next person that I'm going to call out is a dear friend, has been for many years. She is a modern-day Deborah, a modern-day Esther, a woman of faith and conviction and dedication to the founding ideals of this nation, who is a rare profile in courage. I've had the privilege of knowing her for years, going back to when she worked in the Bush 43 White House, but most of the American people got to know her when she asked the Ivy League presidents in a congressional hearing whether or not the harassment and persecution of Jews on their campuses violated the code of conduct of students. And if you remember, none of them could answer. It was all dissembling. And I'm going to call her out in a second, but I believe I'm correct in saying that of the 4 Ivy League presidents on that panel, 3 of them either resigned or were fired because she showed them for what they were. And by the way, that is the most viewed congressional hearing in American history. It went viral online. And she has now written a book, and I want to call her out, from the state of New York, a great leader for our values who we are going to be watching at the national stage, I believe, for years and years to come. Please welcome our good friend, Elise Stefanik from the state of New York. Now, Elise, hold your book up, Poison Ivies, and you've had some personal experience with this. Not just the congressional testimony. I think I've got this right. You're a Harvard alum, and you were on the board of the Institute of Politics at the Kennedy School of Government. And because you were a supporter of President Trump's, they removed you from the board and basically, you know, made it clear that you were not welcome anymore.
Yes, well,
is that where all this started, or?
Well, no, I think it goes back further. So first of all, thank you, Ralph. You're a dear friend, and thank you to all of you here today. It is great to be back at the Faith and Freedom Coalition. It is wonderful to see so many fellow American patriots from all across the United States of America, and what an amazing time to be here as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the founding of the greatest nation on earth. So my book that you referenced, Ralph, is called Poisoned Ivies, and it does a deep dive into the moral and academic rot at our most elite universities in this country. And what's interesting is if you go back to the founding missions of Harvard, Columbia, many of these universities predated the founding of our country, and their missions are incredibly important today, but the schools have fundamentally lost their way. And the radical left has taken over these schools. I think the American people understood that deeply, but it really was in stark display at that infamous congressional hearing where I asked not a political question, not a complicated question, a very simple one, and that question was this: does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your university's code of conduct? I expected them to say yes, and I was going to follow up saying, what disciplinary action have you taken? To my shock, one after the other, MIT, Penn, and Harvard said, quote, it depends on the context. And the world heard. Within 48 hours, the Penn president was forced to resign. Within 2 months, the Harvard president was forced to resign. We then hauled in the Columbia president, who was forced to resign, and we are just getting started. And you talked about my personal history, Ralph, at these institutions. I myself was the first member of my immediate family to have the opportunity to graduate from college. I graduated from Harvard, but I always like to say that's not the achievement. The achievement is graduating from Harvard and maintaining my conservative values.
Yes.
That's the achievement.
Yes, indeed. And by the way, I've never talked to you about that, but talk about that a little bit. What was that like? Because I had my own experience at Emory University, you know, where I was not hiding at all who I was or what I believed, either my Christian faith or my conservative public policy views. But the professors were so left-wing. How did you navigate that? Did you ever experience then as a student you felt you were discriminated against in any way or treated differently?
Well, it's interesting. I think the last 20 years, we've seen such a slide to the radical left and such a moral rot. It was not that way when I was a student there, which is why I think I was a very effective questioner in Congress, because I had that experience as an undergrad. Of course, Ralph, it was left-leaning, but you still had a handful of very conservative professors, Harvey Mansfield, Samuel Huntington. You know, now there are zero in many of these departments when it comes to conservative professors. So I had a positive experience as an undergraduate, which is why, fast forward 20 years, to see what was happening on these universities with the systematic targeting not only of American Jewish students, but of conservative voices on campus. Enough is enough. I think for me, you referenced the time that Harvard publicly removed me from the, quote, bipartisan board of the Institute of Politics, it was just because I was a Trump supporter. I was the only individual on that board that voted for Trump, not just once, but 3 times, in 2016, 2020, and 2024, and yet they removed me. So that, to me, shows a lot has shifted in the past 20 years, and it's up to us as Americans to remind the American people the initial founding missions of these institutions. And what was interesting about writing this book is I went back to the history. If you look at Harvard, the initial motto of Harvard was Veritas Ecclesiae, Veritas Christo et Ecclesiae, truth in Christ and the church, a moral truth. They have fundamentally lost their way from that founding mission, so we need to make sure that not only are we building other institutions in higher education that represent our values, but that we take back these institutions that have been captured by the radical left.
Now, you know, you've obviously alluded to it. This is not a new phenomenon in a sense. I mean, William F. Buckley wrote God and Man at Yale in the 50s. Alan Bloom wrote Closing of the American Mind in the 80s. The loss of these institutions is a long and tragic and sad narrative in our history. But as you wrote this book and as you investigated it as a member of Congress, where did this hate come from? Hatred of Jews, hatred of Christians, that anti-Semitism and the tolerance of it, and you know this better than most, Jews can no longer feel safe on the campuses of a lot of our most elite institutions. Where did that come from? Why is that happening?
I talk about in this book that anti-Semitism is the canary in the coal mine for anti-Americanism. Fundamentally, the attacks that we're seeing within these institutions is attacking who we are as fellow Americans. And I talk about in the book, I do a deep dive at Harvard, at Penn, at Columbia, some of the worst actors. I also have a chapter, How We Got Here. And there are a few different, I think, driving factors. I think number one, allowing foreign dollars to flow into these institutions, particularly the Middle Eastern Studies departments, that are frankly attacking our Christian values and our Judeo-Christian ethic. That is something that we've worked very hard in Congress to bring greater transparency and to push back on. I also think the role of teachers' unions has been a part of this as well. And I go after faculty tenure. Faculty tenure was initially envisioned to protect academic freedom, but what it has turned into is a self-selection process of increasingly radicalized further and further to the left professors that are monoculture and groupthink. And that is not what the purpose of these universities are. If you look at the delta, for example, of 50 years ago, you would have some sense of balance between conservatives and liberal professors. Today, in some of these departments, it's 88-1, if there is even one. So it's something that parents, and I am a parent, my son is starting kindergarten, so we have quite a bit to go before he graduates from high school, but parents are waking up to say, why are we sending our children, our next generation of leaders, to these institutions that fundamentally don't represent our values? So I think this has led to an earthquake that has been long overdue in higher education.
Now, when the president came in, they sat down with some of these major institutions and they said, we're going to withhold federal funding if you don't agree to X, Y, Z. And some of it did involve some of these issues that you've raised. But I'm curious, is that going to be sufficient? You know, Linda McMahon was doing a really good job of negotiating out some of those deals. But the problem with that is it's only there as long as Trump is president.
Well, it's a really important question, Ralph. So, number one, I talk about in the book, one of the most sort of timely viewers of this testimony was President Trump. He would be the first text or call that I would receive after the hearing when news broke on these various university presidents. And we worked very closely with the campaign and the administration to prepare a number of executive orders that were signed day one of the Trump presidency to hold these schools accountable. I believe that the only way these institutions are going to wake up is the withholding of federal dollars. Remember, this hearing happened, and that's true, withholding these federal dollars. Taxpayers don't want to fund this moral rot. This hearing happened in December of 2023, so we had 1 year left of the Joe Biden presidency. What did we see? No investigations, no accountability, no action taken, and the university presidents stuck their heads in the sand. With a sea change with President Trump where you finally have a reckoning. So I've been fully supportive of the withholding of federal funds. You're right though, Ralph, the executive orders are incredibly important. Congress must codify these executive orders. We just passed a number of bills this week out of the Education Committee, but there's so much work to do. But it has been such a seismic change from one of the worst presidencies, probably the worst in modern history of Joe Biden, to hitting the ground running on day one and addressing the moral rot that's happening in these higher ed institutions.
Do you think, I mean, I know that, I don't know what our margin is right now in the House because it changes every week.
It's close every week, Ralph.
But it's somewhere between 1 and 4, I think.
Yes.
And one of those, who I won't name, but his initials are Thomas Massey, isn't exactly what I would call a reliable vote at this point. But we're looking at a possibility of reconciliation, as you know. We hope either before the election or in a lame duck session. We at Faith and Freedom are pretty focused on that because, as you know, Elise, we want to see the defunding of Planned Parenthood that was included in the Trump tax cut. We want that in another reconciliation bill. I recognize that we can't exactly turn that into a chock-a-block. We can't just turn it into a Christmas tree and have everything that we want hung on it because we got to get to 218. But could this agenda, because it does involve funding, is there a chance we could get that in there and get it passed and get it to President Trump's desk?
I've always believed that we need to ensure that these 2 years we accomplish and deliver as much as possible for the American people to keep our promises. And I know this very much. As you all remember, and Ralph knows, I was nominated by the president to serve in his cabinet as ambassador to the United Nations. When it became clear that the House margin was so slim, I stayed in the House and was the deciding vote to deliver reconciliation, to help deliver our major accomplishments. And we have the rest of this year, while we have the Senate and the House, and we're going to work very hard to make sure that we're growing our majority and holding the Senate next year, we need to deliver for the American people. So on reconciliation, know that we are working with all of the members constantly to make sure that we can get that done. I am optimistic that we will deliver on reconciliation. I know that the president has worked very closely with the leadership in the House, and we are committed to getting that done. So for all of you, just making sure that your members of Congress hear from you of the importance of this once-in-a-generation opportunity to deliver key conservative victories for the American people.
Yes, amen. That's very well said, and we will do that. We will make that part of our legislative agenda. As I said, Planned Parenthood defunding is probably number one, but this will be way up there. Now, as I don't need to tell you, this week there were primaries in New York, and Mandami backed a bunch of socialist and anti-Semitic candidates, one of whom, I can't remember her name, but she declined to even condemn Hamas. And these are now the Democratic nominees in a city that is basically 90-10 Democrat. So these folks are coming. They're going to be in Congress. Now, you've explained to me that there's a direct line between the anti-Semitic protests at Columbia and Mandami's election, and now what he's doing to transform the Democratic Party. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so you all saw the outcome of the shocking wins in New York City, where you had not only socialists, but full-blown communists defeat sitting Democrat incumbents.
By landslide.
By landslide, all backed by Zoran Mamdani, who is a socialist who is already starting to destroy New York City, which I know ideologically people think of New York City as a Democrat-leaning city, but it is an iconic city. As a New Yorker, we cannot turn our backs and cede these cities to these communists. We need to win back these iconic metropolises. So the direct line, Ralph, is interesting. In the Columbia chapter in this book, I talk about the pro-Hamas encampment. And it was not just an encampment on Columbia's campus. It was riots, vandalism, destruction of iconic buildings. Hamilton Hall, named after Alexander Hamilton, one of the first students of King's College, which became Columbia College. He was one of the founders of that institution. The same people who organized that pro-Hamas encampment literally were the boots on the ground for Zoran Mamdani's campaign, and then became the candidates who just defeated these Democrat sitting members of Congress. So we are about to have full-blown communists serving in the United States House of Representatives. That is un-American, and we should not tolerate that as fellow Americans. We need to make the case to stand up for our American values.
Well, and I'd love to know your take. I mean, obviously, we're focused on 2026, clearly. I mean, as we gather here this weekend, and I think you know the president is going to be here in just a little bit, and I think it might have something to do with the fact that we're 130 days away from a midterm election that is going to decide whether or not he faces another impeachment, whether or not oversight is turned into a search and destroy mission. As somebody who's been in House leadership, you chaired the House Republican Conference, if we were to fail to do our job and hold this majority, what do you predict will happen in the House under Hakeem Jeffries?
It's not just a prediction. I know this, Ralph, because as you remember, after 2018, when the Democrats took control of the House during President Trump's first term, I served as one of the leaders on President Trump's impeachment defense team, standing up against the weaponization of the House Democrats against President Trump. What we will see makes that look like a cakewalk. They are preparing the subpoenas on day one for all members, not just of President Trump and his family, but all members of the administration. They're going to block any type of our policy priorities. It will be investigation. It will be weaponized, politicized, leading into 2028. So we have to hold the House. We have to hold the Senate. This November, it is critical. Having lived through that, Ralph, it was unprecedented. It was an unconstitutional, it was an impeachment sham led by Adam Schiff. And we have since exposed how unconstitutional it was. And I'm so grateful for the great work of so many folks in the Trump administration working with leaders in the House and the Senate to expose just how rotten that effort was. But that's what's at stake this election cycle. We know not only are Democrats going to raise taxes by the largest tax hike in American history, they're going to attack fundamentally our Christian values, but they are going to target President Trump every single day. So we have to do everything we can to organize and energize and win this November.
And I would, yes, amen to that. And you know, it's pretty wild to think about this because I guess I'm dating myself a little bit, but when I was at the Christian Coalition in the 90s, Elise, there were 60 House Democrats that were pro-life, 60 that we counted on for their support. Today, I don't think there's one.
There are zero.
Zero. Not one pro-life Democrat left in the House of Representatives. And the things you highlighted, that's the beginning. Then you go to statehood for Puerto Rico, D.C., and who knows what else, expanding the Supreme Court to somewhere between 15 and 21 members. We'll lose the court for 2 or 3 generations. You know, you talked about, you know, very eloquently, the importance of not conceding this ground to the left. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
But you're about to.
But I'm about to. You looked very seriously at running for governor of New York. I think you would have been an outstanding governor of New York.
Oh, Thank you. Thanks.
I want to, in my personal capacity, sign up now in case you decide that or anything else in the future. But talk a little bit about that process, your thinking. You know, Lee Zeldin came, I think, within 5 points. And I think Kathy Hochul's more vulnerable now. Is New York gone? Or we haven't had a Republican in that office since
George Pataki.
Since Pataki. Is it gone or is it salvageable? Sometimes as conservatives, we look at New York or Illinois or California, and these are big, important states that we used to carry. What's your thinking on this?
So first, I mean, this was after a lot of thought, prayer, deep, meaningful discussions with my family. And as I mentioned, you know, I'm currently in Congress. We have a 1 to 2 vote majority given every week. So I'm working every day to make sure that we get what we need done there. But also I'm a mom of a 4-year-old. And that's my most important title, is mom. And these years you never get back. So my family made the decision that this was just not the right time for us, and we hope to continue to lead. And down the road, Ralph, I mean, it's interesting. I've been in Congress 12 years now, so I have the experience of the average age of a 60-year-old, but I'm 41, so there's lots of opportunities potentially down the line. It was just not the right time. But to answer your question on whether New York is salvageable, we have to put up a fight in New York, and here is why. The House majority runs through the state of New York. It was in 2022 when we flipped a number of districts that fired Nancy Pelosi once and for all. We cannot cede the suburbs in this country, and people look to New York, not just across this country, but around the world. I think what you will see over the next 5 to 10 years in New York is a backlash to the radicalization and the takeover by the communists, by Mamdani and others, his socialist slate, and you'll see a backlash of common sense to try to right the ship in New York. So I'm not giving up on New York, just like I would never give up on the United States of America, the greatest country that history has ever known.
Good. And we're right there with you. Now, you're apparently going to be doing a book signing a little bit later, I believe. Is
yes,
that right?
I'm doing a book signing. It's interesting. This was the best-selling nonfiction hardcover book when it released, but the New York Times refused to list it as #1, even though I sold more books. So please join me at the book signing. I'd love to say thank you to each and every one of you, and thank you, Ralph, as always.
Yes. Everybody, let's thank Elise Stefanik for all she's done for our country.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Pastor Samuel Rodriguez.
Well, there is a fine line between the prophetic and the pathetic. So permit me to state the obvious. We're living in interesting times. After the recent primaries that Ralph just referenced in New York City, we can hereby confirm officially that we are living in the cuckoo for Cocoa Puff season. It really is. Can you believe it? Socialist, huh? So listen carefully. There is a battle in America, and the #1 battle in America is not what many people believe. It's not between Dunkin' Donuts and Starbucks. It's not between Fox News and MS Now. It's not even between the donkey and the elephant. The #1 battle in America is between the serpent and the lamb. Let me ask you, how many here don't think, don't hope, and don't feel? How many know that the lamb has already defeated the serpent? Colossians 2:15, in this way he disarmed the spiritual rulers and authorities. He shamed them publicly by his victory over them on the cross. The battle is spiritual. Sure, it has political ramifications, but the battle is spiritual. Ephesians 6:12, for we are not fighting against flesh and blood enemies, but against evil rulers and authorities of the unseen world. What does it mean? There's a spiritual battle out there. There really is. It's not hype. The spirit of Pharaoh is alive in America, holding people captive into Egypt of bondage and fear. The spirit of Goliath lives, mocking and intimidating the children of God. The spirit of Jezebel, que el Señor la reprenda en el nombre de Jesús, still makes men and women hide in caves with sexual perversions and manipulation. The spirit of Absalom is dividing homes, churches, and relationships, while the spirit of Herod is killing the young through abortion, through violence, poverty, and sex trafficking, murdering infant dreams and visions. But I came to remind you that in America in 2026, there is a spirit more powerful than all these spirits combined. Faith and freedom, we are here to be reminded of the following. The most powerful spirit on the planet today, regardless of what we see on CNN and Fox and MSNBC, ABC, NBC, CBS, Univision y Telemundo. The most powerful spirit in America is still the Holy Spirit of Almighty God. And where that spirit is present, there is freedom. There is freedom. There is freedom. Freedom to do what? To advance a spiritual prescription, a biblically substantiated, Christ-centered antidote to address the virus of moral relativism and cultural decadence. And that prescription is simple. It's repentance, revival, and reformation. Repentance, revival, and reformation. If my people who are called by my name humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, I will hear from heaven and forgive their sins and restore the land. Acts 3:19, repent of your sins and turn to God. Your sins will be wiped away. Then times of refreshment will come. Where there is repentance, there is revival. Where there is revival, there is cultural reformation. So let me speak to the Hispanic American community. Who are we? I've stated this previously, and I stated this many years ago. We are Hispanic. Are there any questions? We are Hispanic. Capital H, his. Then panic. We are God's panic to the kingdom of darkness in the name of Jesus. And my clarion call today is this: the Hispanic American community standing shoulder to shoulder with Bible-believing, Christ-centered followers of Jesus from every ethnicity. Together, we need a multi-ethnic kingdom culture firewall. Together, we affirm our Judeo-Christian value system. Together, we stand as a firewall against wokeism, cancel culture, Marxism, and socialism, which means what? Let me just say it. What took place in Venezuela, what took place in Cuba, what took place in Nicaragua will never take place here in America. So together we stand as a Father-glorifying, Christ-centered, Spirit-empowered, biblically substantiated firewall. Every ideology that seeks to remove God from the public square, every agenda targeting our children. And this is where the idea of a complacent church is antithetical to Scripture. We can't be just complacent. I've stated this. Today's complacency is tomorrow's captivity. We are what we tolerate. Christians must be involved in every single election, including midterms. And the reason why close to 50% of Latinos voted for President Trump, there's a number of reasons, but 48%, according to Pew, voted for President Trump. 54% of all Hispanic males, the largest Hispanic support of a Republican candidate in American history. Isn't that amazing? And one of the primary reasons is this: we are sick and tired of the left coming after our children. So we are here to say the following: get your hands off our children. Parents matter, families matter, truth matters. We stand for righteousness and justice, for truth and love, Psalm 89:14. What do we stand for? Together, as this multi-ethnic kingdom culture firewall arises, we will stand for the unborn, the sanctity of every human life. We stand for religious liberty. We stand for biblical justice, for school choice, for parental rights, for border security, for legal immigration, for free enterprise, for entrepreneurship, for strong families, for biblical marriage, for human dignity. We stand against every vestige of anti-Semitism. And we are fully committed to defending our Judeo-Christian value system with conviction and with compassion. So let me conclude with a story about this multi-ethnic kingdom culture firewall standing. Ephesians 6:13, put on every piece of God's armor so that you will be able to resist the enemy in the times of evil. Then after the battle, you will still be standing firm. So after you've prayed, after you've fasted, after you believed, after you obeyed, after you've done everything God has called you to do, stand. 1 Corinthians 16:13, be on guard, stand firm. This is not the hour to bend, to bow, to compromise. It is the hour to stand. I'm from California, so please forgive me. Our church, New Season, it's a multi-ethnic church. It looks like heaven. It's 40% Caucasian, which is code word for white. It's 40% African American, which means black. And the rest are Latino and Asians and Native Americans. It looks like heaven. We're primarily a millennial Generation Z church, multiple campuses. During COVID, when Governor Newsom said that we couldn't even worship in our homes, and we couldn't even worship in our homes. We couldn't, was it praise, worship, sing, and chant. I love chanting. So that was really discouraging. So I decided, and I did it not for the sake of being confrontational, I decided we're going to keep the church open. Which we did. The church grew, and God really blessed us with a harvest. Watch just a story. We outgrew our property in our building. So then we heard about a church. Our church reached out to us in California, in the same city, beautiful people. They reached out and said, Pastor Sam, we lost people since COVID. You've gained people. Would you be interested in taking over our property? So we met with them, and after we did our initial due diligence, an incredible property, 3,000 seating auditorium, an additional 1,000 seater, an additional 300 seater, a school. We met with them, we had a board meeting, and finally, before the board meeting, I met with my board. They said, all we have to do is your board and our board meet, and then we'll sign an MOU. We don't see anything going wrong with this, and then that'll, we'll go forward with the transaction. What questions will your board ask? We don't know. We want it to be organic. So I met with my church board in a certain coffee establishment whose name I will not mention. It's the one with Jezebel on the cup. And so we met there. I had my almond milk latte. We met. And as we met, we finally progressed. What questions will they ask? Fiduciary governance, attrition, whatever it may be. We stepped into the board meeting, and right there, just the first question, their board, our board, one of the board members stood up and said, Pastor Sam Rodriguez, we at our church, we lean left. We want to know, where do you lean? And so help me, it's been verified of everyone who was there. This was my response, my facial expression. What you talking about, Willis? I mean, my face. I didn't know if it was a prank. So help me God, I had no idea if I was being tested. Like, that's your first question? We lean left, where do you lean? And I didn't want to answer. My board members are here, Jeff Carter, Kim Hicks, and they're going, say something, say something. And I refused to answer, because if I knew that if I would answer the way the Holy Spirit was telling me to answer, we would not end up with that property. And I'm having a fight with the Lord. I'm going, I don't want to answer, and all of a sudden God speaks to me, and when God speaks to you in Spanish, everything changes. So I'm fighting. Pero Señor, yo no quiero en este momento compartir. No quiero hacer. No, you will share. So I opened up my mouth just like this. This has been nicely verified and covered. I opened up my mouth, looked up, and said, after a minute of silence, I went like, "Thank you for your question. You all lean left. You asked me, where do we lean? Well, here's my response. At our church, we don't lean. We stand. We stand. Whatever the Bible calls sin, we call sin. Whatever the Bible calls holy, we call holy. We don't lean, we stand. Hey, faith and freedom. We don't need to lean. All we need to do is stand. And when we stand, America will be transformed. Let's do one thing together. Let's go change the world. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Faith Director, White House Faith Office, Jenny Korn, and Pastor and President of Paula White Ministries, Paula White-Cain.
Good morning. It's so good to be here. And Ralph, we just thank you for your tireless work and all the leaders, the state directors, the intercessors, everyone. We honor you, and it's so good to be with so many people today that are friends that I consider family. And Jenny, I thought we'd just share for the next few minutes. First off, let us give you a disclosure. We are here in our personal capacity. But many of you know that I have been appointed as senior advisor to President Trump over the White House Faith Office. Historic, never done before. That's a huge thing for people of faith. We'll talk more about. And Jenny is the White House Faith Director. And so it's so good to have her and to be here to serve all of you. You know, freedom is never self-sustaining. Every generation must decide whether it will preserve liberty or lose it. And boy, are we ever seeing that if you just watched over the weekend what happened in New York. Today, we have much to celebrate. During President Trump's second term, America has witnessed historic victories for people of faith. The first ever White House Faith Office, with 10 initiatives, our #1 being religious liberty. And today, the Religious Liberty Commission will meet with President Trump as they've advised him on what to do. And we will see great pillars coming out to protect our freedoms, because everyone has the right to worship God. Those are inalienable rights enshrined in our Constitution. And to do it without discrimination, to do it with freedom. But sadly, that is not so. And President Trump recognized that. So he created the White House Faith Office, and he put faith directors in every department, every single agency. Think about that, from the State Department to Human Health Services to small business. Every single agency and every single department has a faith director, and most of them have a full staff to serve people of faith and to work on your behalf. That's big. As I said, the Religious Commission was created to defend our religious liberties. The weaponization of government against Christians and pro-life Americans has been confronted strong with 2 task forces to eradicate any anti-Christian and bias and all other forms of religious bias, and one on anti-Semitism. The sanctity of life has been defended, defunding Planned Parenthood through the BBB, the Big Beautiful Bill. Parents' rights have been strengthened. School choice has been expanded. Women and girls have been protected in sports. You know things have changed when the president, on the day of inauguration, has to say there are only 2 genders. But thank goodness he does. Conscious rights for healthcare workers have been restored. Religious liberty has become a national priority for our administration. And those are not small victories. They are significant, and they deserve gratitude and recognition. But these victories were never intended to make the church comfortable. They were intended to make the church effective. Because I want to remind us of something. Government can protect freedom. Government cannot preserve it. Freedom is preserved by engaging, informed, and courageous people. Laws matter. Policy matters, and leadership matters. And as Jenny and I share with you, I know that you are engaged. We want to help you have that path of this critical year. As I said, we're in our personal capacity. And we want to talk to you about the impact of your voice, your vote, what it matters, the people of influence that you have, So Jenny, why don't you share a little bit about your background, how grassroots matter, and how coalitions matter.
Right. Thank you, Pastor Paula. It is so amazing to have Pastor Paula White at the head and senior advisor to President Trump. They have a relationship going back 26 years. So there are many reasons why we are here today, but one of those reasons is because of Pastor Paula White. Can we give her a hand?
Thank you, Jenny.
It is very exciting for me to be on this stage. I've been doing this for 25 years, but the key of how I came to be, so a little girl from East LA who worked for the White House not only once, but twice, but now this is my third time, only in America and the American dream. Go ahead. All right. These people got, I was like, sure, go ahead. My mother was born in Mexico, and she was a Roman Catholic. My father born in New York, and he was Polish Jewish. They met in East LA, and thus I was born. And this is why I can speak to many people of many faiths, so I believe God has prepared me for this job. But what I learned is that I started out like probably many of you on what you're doing, and thank you, Ralph Reed, for making sure that grassroots and coalition building is #1 as part of Faith and Freedom. But what I learned, and I've probably knocked on over 100,000 doors in my career, is that when I went and spoke to someone face to face, I could convince that person 9 times out of 10 to either support my candidate or to support the cause that I was supporting because I believed in it and I had the information to back. It is so important. We are here because of President Trump. We are here because he fought hard, but we are here because of you. We are here because of the hundreds of thousands of volunteers who said, I'm gonna get out of my comfort zone, I'm gonna go door to door, and I'm gonna do phone banks, and I don't care if someone slams the door in my face, a dog chases me down the street, or I get hung up on the phone. I can't reiterate it enough how important what you are doing and how it matters. And I know Ralph and the rest of the team are going to ask you to do even more these last 6 months. Yeah. Please say yes. Please say yes when you're tired. Please say yes when you're sick. Please say yes when you've got 10 other things to do, because democracy, when I use their line, is on the line. Real democracy. We believe in freedom, and the only reason, as all the things that Paula has said, that we are even here today is because of you, because of grassroots. So think about what will happen if we lose the House, or think about what would happen if we lose the Senate. We are on a trajectory. The president is doing win after win after win, so many wins that we can't even keep up with it, and you probably don't know half of it. We have to go back and look and say, oh my gosh, we didn't tell people about this win. So we want to make sure that everything you're doing, you keep it up, you say yes. We've got 6 months until November. It's so important because the White House Faith Office is not guaranteed in the future. President Trump and his policies are not guaranteed in the future. We are the ones that make sure those guarantees happen because we are saying this is what we demand from our government.
So important, Jenny. Look, with our last few minutes, here's what I just beckon you with, and I say it with every ounce of my being. You know, the president will be with you this afternoon. We'll be back to share that with you, and that's a special moment. But the reality is this. This is not the time for the church to retreat. It's a time for us to engage with conviction, with courage, with humility, and with a fortitude that says we're going to stand having done all to stand. You know, the evangelical Christians are 20% of the voting bloc, but yet only 39% are registered to vote. Do you know what would happen if we got every person, or 50% registered to vote? We would have our religious liberty. We would be able to protect life and marriage and strengthen families. We would be able to control the committees. Because when we're talking about midterms, most people don't even go out, Jenny, because the president's not on the line. But every policy that a president has established is on the line. There are 36 committees, and we will lose every single committee if we lose midterm. You go, well, what does that have to do with me? Appropriations, budget, your taxes, administration, energy, education, ways and means. Think about ways and means and stuff. People go, what is that? That is when they harassed, and much more than harassed. Jenny, we were on the forefront of this with students who were Jewish. Yeah. And it wasn't just harassment. It was absolute abuse. There was no one there for them. We sat with them and we cried in the early meetings because we'd sit with these students and go, who advocated for you? And simply because they were Jewish, no one stopped the protesters against them, the hurt, the abuse, the neglect that happened to them. But you know what the Ways and Means Committee could do? And the committees could do? Come in and say enough is enough and take away the funding of those schools from the federal government. I could go on and on, but I think you get the picture in the next 26 seconds. I tell you, I started National Faith Advisory Board, and I'm the president over that. Jenny worked with me when we were kicked out after 2020. And when we were kicked out, she said, Coalition Queen said, you can't let go of this. You'll never get it back. We are the largest faith coalition now. And so as an SGE, a special government employee of what I do in the White House, on the outside, I am legally allowed to engage in National Faith Advisory Board, which is a 501c3, much like you have, much like what you do. We want to make sure that churches are educated and equipped and that they are registered to vote. You can go to the nationalfaithadvisoryboard.org website. You can get a registration to get your friends to vote, to get people to, and to educate people on what issues are at stake. We love you, we're here to serve you, and we are praying for you as you pray for us and our president. Thank you so much.
I know you have many speakers, so I'll just leave you with this. When a man who wants to pray on a football field before a football game gets fired and has to go through litigation for 8 years, all the way to the Supreme Court, we have a problem with religious freedom in America. Now, we won that case, that's Coach Kennedy, and we're so grateful, but he never should have had to go into litigation. When hundreds of Navy SEALs, Marines, airmen get fired from their jobs, they sacrifice, like my husband, 22 years in the Marine Corps. When they get fired by the Biden administration because they won't give them a religious exemption for the COVID vaccine, these are people who put their lives on the line for America. We have a problem with religious freedom. When 23 pro-lifers who silently pray outside an abortion clinic are arrested and put in jail and have to be pardoned by the president, we have a problem with religious freedom. So this is what I say to you. When people come to you and say, no, 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 separation of church and state, you stop them. Separation of church and state means that the government can't dictate to you what religion you can be. It does not mean you don't have a voice in your government. And that's what the White House Faith Office does. It gives a voice to people of faith there so they can dictate their policies. You could say all day long, sure, the church, get out of government. Well, how about the government get out of church?
Yes.
Again, we're in our personal capacities, but this is public information. If you want to get involved with the White House Faith Office, you can go to White House Faith Office at who.eop.gov. We want to make sure you're involved, you understand all the issues that we're working on, and you're going to hear from the president today who's going to enumerate all the wonderful things that he has done for the people of faith. Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Mac Parnell.
Good afternoon or good morning. I think we're right on the bubble here, one way or another. But it's going to be my honor in just a moment to bring out the next senator from Georgia. But before I do that, I just want to tell you a little bit about our current senator. He has voted to put men and women's sports. He has voted to ban gas-powered cars. He has voted to prevent Israel from defending herself. And he has voted against border security and the largest tax cuts in American history. And I'm going to introduce someone who's a trucker, a businessman, and one of the most effective legislators that we have in the state of Georgia. When Laken Riley I don't know if you remember Laken Riley. When Laken Riley was brutally murdered in Athens, Georgia, by a criminal illegal alien, Mike Collins didn't just put out a press release. Mike Collins went to work, and he was the lead sponsor and the workhorse behind the Laken Riley Act, which, if memory serves, was the very first piece of legislation that President Trump signed in his second term. Not only did he sponsor and get the Laken Riley Act into law, he's very effective. He was even able to get President Joe Biden to sign something, which I can't tell you, that is a difficult feat. Please join me in welcoming Georgia's next U.S. Senator, Congressman Mike Collins.
My goodness. Hello, faith and freedom. Where's Ralph at? Ralph Reed, thank you. It's an honor to be here, and I appreciate y'all having me here today. It is an honor to be with you as well, to have just so many faith leaders, elected officials, just everyday Americans who have a vision for our country and took the time out of your day to be here to help execute that. For those of you that don't know who I am, I'm Mike Collins. I represent Georgia's 10th Congressional District, and as of last Tuesday, I am Georgia's Republican nominee for the U.S. Senate. Now, y'all, I grew up in Jackson, Georgia. It's the only place, I know we got some Jackson folks here. It's the only place I've ever known is home. As a matter of fact, it's where I built my business. It's where I raised my family. And it's where I learned the hard lessons that have shaped how I deliver the results every day up here in Washington. You know, folks often ask me about church, and I tell them, you know, I grew up going to the Methodist church on Sunday morning, and then I went to the Baptist church on Wednesday night with my granddaddy. And I got married at 21, and I married a Baptist, so y'all know where I wound up. But no, we attend Rock Springs Church over in Milner, Georgia. And I say that, and I want to say one other thing too. This ain't got nothing to do with the speech, so this is free. But I grew up and I learned at an early age, y'all, that you can have God without government, but you can't have government without God. And I have found that in my short time of service up here, just how true that is and how that grows with me every day. As a matter of fact, y'all, that's where all my values came from. I mean, they're not poll tested. They're not consultant written for me. They come from my faith, from the heart. And I think that we need more leaders up here in Washington who are led by God. Not by what's going to get them reelected or get them on the news or going to help them to fundraise. Because, see, here's the fact. Godly people are being called every day, but they're just not answering the call. And there's a reason for that. It's because in this political environment, I mean, sometimes the risk, y'all, they're just too high. I mean, if you campaign on your beliefs, they're going to make up lies. They're going to try to destroy your business. They're even going to threaten you and your family's life out there. At the end of the day, they want you to break. They want you to bow down. They know they can attack the man. But let me tell you something. They can't attack his faith in the Lord. And the fact is, y'all, we need more godly men and women to serve. To just take an example. I know Mac mentioned a little bit of it. But just take an example of what Georgia is up against. I mean, y'all, we've got a fight on our hands. We have a U.S. Senator, John Ossoff, who wants you to look to the government for every answer instead of your faith and in the Lord, which is the way I was taught. We have a senator who will take to the pulpit on Sunday to spew hatred and lies and push segregated gerrymandering. And yeah, he didn't vote just once. He voted twice. Then he voted a third time to allow men to compete in girls' sports. He co-sponsored legislation to allow men to use women's restrooms. And then he pushed to allow men to be admitted into women's domestic violence shelters. And when John Ossoff had the opportunity to help our shared constituent, Laken Riley, he voted no. Now, yeah, he finally came around the second time. But let me tell y'all something. When I was in his office talking to him about how this little old common sense 3-4 page piece of legislation could help ensure that no other Georgia family would lose a son or daughter the way Laken's family did, he just sat there and did nothing. I tell you what, it showed its true colors that day. Georgia needs a U.S. senator whose life has been rooted in service and Georgia values. Not one that's going to bow down to the woke mob or refuse to stand up for what's right. Someone that just knows what it's like. Someone that knows what it's like to sign the front and the back of a paycheck. That helps families put food on their tables and provide for their families. That can take Georgia values of hard work, honesty, integrity, and a solutions-based approach to Washington, D.C. to just get things done. That's exactly what I've done. And getting 2 pieces of legislation passed, signed into law by 2 different presidents, 2 different parties in just 2 years, and in a bipartisan fashion. You see, I've shown that you can go to Washington, D.C. and put your constituents first, not your California and New York donors. And I'm going to leave you with this. In every vote that I've taken, every vote, I don't look to the D.C. lobbyists. I don't look to the D.C. insiders. I don't look to the media. I look to my faith and I look to the Lord. Y'all, it's an honor to speak with you this morning. I appreciate what you do for our country. It's an honor to serve. It really is. It's a privilege of a lifetime, and I look forward to continuing doing that. Thank you for having me. Y'all have a great day. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the pastor of Dreams United Church in Plant City, Florida, Bishop Kelvin Cobberis.
Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to be with you at the Road to Majority Conference, celebrating this America 250 gathering, as we celebrate not just where our nation has been, but where, by the grace of God, through faithful citizens, it is going. 250 years ago, ordinary men and women did extraordinary things because they believed freedom was worth fighting for. Truth was worth defending, and future generations were worth sacrificing for. They faced impossible odds. They endured hardships. They suffered setbacks. They refused to surrender. And history remembers them not because life was easy, but because they pressed forward and they persevered. The same spirit is needed today. Our challenges may look different, but the calling is the same. Every generation must decide whether it will preserve liberty or permit it to disappear. Freedom is never inherited automatically. It must be cultivated, protected, and courageously defended. Today, I'd like to leave you with 3 simple reminders. Number 1, patriots possess purpose. Patriotism is far more than waving a flag or singing the national anthem. It is an understanding that God has entrusted each generation with a purpose. Purpose gives ordinary people extraordinary endurance. And the founders were not perfect, but they possess conviction. They believed that rights come from our Creator, not from government, and that governments exist to secure those rights, not to grant them. When you know your purpose, obstacles become opportunities. When you know why you're standing, you're less likely to fall. America does not simply need more opinions. America needs more people with purpose. People willing to serve. People willing to lead. People willing to sacrifice, because purpose always outlasts popularity. Secondly, patriots press through pressure. Every generation encounters pressure. Pressure to compromise, pressure to stay silent, pressure to conform, pressure to believe that one voice cannot make a difference. But history tells us a different story. The greatest advances in liberty came because courageous people kept pressing despite opposition. George Washington endured brutal winters. The signers of the Declaration risked everything, their fortunes, their families, and even their lives. They understood something we must remember. Comfort has never changed history, but rather conviction has. The road to freedom has always required resilience. When criticism comes, press on. When discouragement comes, press on. When the culture says give up, faithful patriots answer, we will not quit. Because all perseverance produces victories that quitting never will. I can recall back in the first administration of President Trump, when I was in my community handling social activism and speaking to the issues of the community of Central Florida, I found myself in a room with Pastor Paula White, who you just heard from, who's a dear friend of mine. And when I came to that room with her to address some of our community issues, she said to me, Bishop, America needs your voice because you are a voice to the nation. And she said to me, will you join me at the White House? I said, well, why in the world would I go to the White House to pontificate and placate with all of the evangelicals there? I want to go and make a difference. I was assuming that they were just there and just having some talks and some meetings, not realizing that they were the movers and shakers in the back room. When I got that invitation, I paused for a moment simply because I was afraid of the kickback that I was going to get from my African American community for standing for what I felt convicted by. So I paused for a moment and said, no, I'm not going to the White House with you, because if I go to the White House, I'll lose my black card, I'll lose my barbecue card, and I won't be able to go to the fish fry on Friday. So as I began to stand in a moment of fear, the Lord spoke to me and said, this is a window I'm giving you. This is a moment that I've established for the voice that I've anointed you to have. He said, go in. And so I took the invitation and went to the White House, sat around the room with all of the evangelicals, and President Trump called over and said, who's in the room? Bring them all to the Oval Office. Who goes to the White House for the first day and meet the president when you are not on the schedule to do that? However, that's how God said it. All of the evangelicals in the room were excited to go see President Trump. And it's not that I didn't want to go see President Trump. I didn't want to deal with the kickback coming from my community for standing in the room. So I froze in timidity, and I talked about maybe I should not go in there. And I heard that still small voice come from heaven again. And God said, this is the window of opportunity that I have given you to use your voice for the glory of God. And I found myself talking back to God in that moment. And I said, well, Lord, if I go in that room, I'm going to lose my black card. I'm going to lose my barbecue card, and I won't be able to go to the fish fry anymore. God spoke to me and said to me, do you want to be their friend or my friend? I said, I want to be a friend of God. And since I wanted to be a friend of God, he said, go in the Oval Office and do what I say. When I went into the Oval Office, I spoke with President Trump, had the opportunity in that moment to pray over President Trump. And before I could get home, they were already canceling me, calling me Uncle Tom, calling me everything but what my mother named me. But in the midst of all of that, the courage that God gave me to stand, gave me the tenacity against the odds to go against no matter what anyone said about me, to stand on the truth that I believe would transcend time. I went to my congregation on Sunday morning, and many of them row by row walked out of my church, emptied my church, saying that we will not stand with a man that will stand with the likes of President Trump. And I want you to know, in the midst of tears, God said, now I'm going to show you the blessing behind closed doors. And while this door may have been closed, I am elevating you to the nations so that I give you platforms to stand on and speak the truth of what you believe. Speak the truth about my word. Speak the truth about morals. Speak the truth about values. Speak the truth about family. And I'm here to tell you, they did everything to counsel me. But here I am standing here today, standing as a man of courage, standing in victory, standing in my faith, standing on the promises of God. Because to be a true American patriot, it requires courage. And my question to you is, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid of criticism? Are you afraid of defamation? Are you afraid of losing some family members? Are you afraid of losing some so-called friends? That is not important. What is important is, at the end of the day, when you stand before our Creator, when you stand before our final judge, when He judges you for your works in the earth, I want to hear God say, servant, well done. So today I stand with courage. And the third point I want to lift is that patriots pass on principles. America 250 is not merely about celebrating the past. It's about preparing the future. What we celebrate today must become what we pass on tomorrow. Our children and grandchildren are watching. They are learning what we value. They will inherit either our courage or our complacency. So let us intentionally pass on a timeless principle of faith, freedom, personal responsibility, character, and service. If somebody asks me my why are you doing what you're doing? Why are you going in rooms that you're going in? Why are you praying over presidents and parliaments? Why are you putting your life on the line, your character, your reputation on the line? I have a 15-year-old at home, an 11-year-old at home, and Kelsey and Kyla is my why. I want to hand them an America that don't have to fight with boys trying to be in girls' bathroom. I want to hand them an America that don't have to fight with men trying to play in girls' sports. I want to give them America that don't have men in love with women and women in love with men. I want to give them an America that stands for moral values, that stands for traditional marriage, that stands for righteousness, that stands for what we've been founded upon. I want to give them an America that stands for freedom, stands for righteousness, and stand against the boos. You can boo, but you won't stop me. I'm here to tell you, you can fight against it, but you won't stop us. We stand for what is right. And if you don't like American freedom, if you don't like the way our country is going, find the nearest airport and fly out and go somewhere else. But in God we trust, the land of the free, the home of the brave. So today, as I come to my conclusion, I come to this conclusion to remind you today that God has not given us the spirit of timidity, but He has given us power, love, and self-control. And I'm here to tell you, this is not the hour to cave in. This is not the hour to become afraid. This is not the hour to be worried about the boos and those who try to counsel you on social media. This is not the hour to be concerned about your enemy. But this is the hour to stand in courage, to stand in power, to stand in influence, to stand in authority, and uphold not only the Declaration of Independence, but uphold the Word of God. Because on Christ, the solid rock, we stand. All other ground is sinking sand. We have a midterm in front of us. We celebrate the victories of the past, but we've got work to do. We've got people at home that's being distorted, confused, and all caught up in all types of deception and lies based upon the things that they hear on the media and the propaganda of the different activists and groups that are trying to turn us against our foundation. However, because we know what truth is, because we know who God is, God will hold every one of us in here responsible if we come to Washington just to have a good time, just to have a few glasses of teas and get a few numbers and network. We are not here just to have a good time. We are here to be stirred up in our convictions, stirred up in our character, stirred up in everything that we believe in, so that when we go back home, we're not just waiting on the party. We're not just waiting on the strategists, but in our own communities, we'll knock on doors. In the marketplace, we'll influence everybody we know. Everywhere in our church and everywhere around us, we will do everything that we possibly can to uphold the American dream, to remind people of the foundations of America. America was founded on Christian Judeo principles. And I'm here to tell you, I don't care where people come from, what country they come from, but as for me and my house, as for me and my country, we will serve the Lord. When I've traveled to Dubai, I had to do it Islam's way. When I traveled to other countries, I had to do it their religious way. So why, when people come to America, we're allowing them to dictate our way? If we are a Christian nation, we should vote and stand on Christian values. If we are a Christian nation, we should uphold the truth of the Word of God. If we are a Christian nation, stop bowing to the plan of the enemy. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage, Ralph Reed.
Can you hear me? I just wish that Kelvin would come out of his shell a little bit so that we knew where he stood. I am so honored to have this next speaker. You're going to love this man. He served our country in the U.S. military. He's the first Special Forces officer ever elected to the U.S. House. He was raised by a single mother, born in Boynton Beach, Florida, raised in Jacksonville, ran for Congress in 2018, was tapped by Donald Trump to be his first national security advisor in this term, and is now representing us in a very tough neighborhood, the United Nations. Standing for us every day, would you please welcome a dear friend of mine, of the President's, and of this organization, Mike Waltz, our ambassador to the United Nations. You know, Mike, you served, were you a Ranger?
Ranger and Green Beret.
Ranger and Green Beret.
That's right. Yeah.
Very impressive. You served multiple tours of duty.
That's right.
In Africa, in the Middle East, in Afghanistan. You saw evil face to face. And you understand in a way that many do not.
Yeah.
That we are facing evil in every corner of this globe. Could you talk about what you learned in your military service and how you have taken that into your public and diplomatic service?
Well, thank you, Ralph, and good to be with you, and thank you all for being such a fighter and truly standing strong for our faith and for our freedom as we celebrate our 250th anniversary as a nation, and that our founding fathers did this revolutionary thing of our freedoms and our rights don't come from emperors or czars or kings or queens. They come from God. And we will, whether it's on the world stage or out in the Middle East or wherever, we have to fight for that. And I guess to your point, that I just want everybody to hear loud and clear, that we can't ever forget, evil exists in this world. And it has to be fought, and it has to be called out for what it is, and it has to be defeated. And whether that's in the polite circles of the UN or out on the battlefield, that is what we face. And Ralph, what's unique about having me as a soldier now representing the United States on the world stage at the United Nations, I've seen that evil. I've seen folks, not to be too kind of doom and gloom here, but we need to be reminded. I have seen a 7-year-old boy, hung by the Taliban because his family refused to serve him up to go fight the Americans. I've seen young girls in Nigeria kidnapped out of their schools and sold into sex slavery as ISIS brides, forced to forswear Jesus Christ as their God, and forced to convert, and then forced into sex slavery. We were able to go rescue some of those girls, but not all of them, right? We just saw the Iranian regime massacre 40,000 people in a weekend. In a weekend. These are the types of regimes that we're facing, and it's even bigger than that. We're seeing the Chinese Communist Party literally reinterpret and retranslate the Bible and talk about the primacy of the state and the Pharisees over Jesus, and propagate that all over the world. So I just wanted to come here today and let you know that you have a fighter in me, you have a fighter in Secretary of State Rubio, you have a fighter in Vice President Vance, and you definitely have a fighter in President Donald J. Trump.
Yes, we do. And by the way, I would commend to all of you. I got an opportunity, I guess it was during the transition. It was an event at the Museum of the Bible for your book, and I got an opportunity to read your book, and I commend it to all of you, that where Mike talks about his experiences in the military and how it shaped and formed him. And as you were talking, Mike, I'm reminded of Ronald Reagan's very famous address to the National Association of Evangelicals in 1983, where he said, "We are called as men and women of faith to combat evil." Right? We cannot sit on the sidelines and just enjoy saying, well, both sides have a good argument. Now, that was when
evil thrives when good men and women do nothing, right?
And at that time, he was talking about Soviet communism. Nobody knew the Berlin Wall would fall. Nobody knew the Soviet Union would disintegrate. And my question to you is, it's a very different time in many ways, and yet not. I mean, you've got Russia, you've got China, you've got Iran, you've got North Korea. What does that call?
We have a revival of communism right here in the United States. I'm living in it in Manhattan.
Yeah. Yes.
Right?
What does it mean for us as men and women of faith to combat evil today? Where clearly, you mentioned some of the examples, but Reagan had a vision that, as he famously said, they lose, we win. What does it look like for us?
Well, what Reagan, historically did was stop saying we're going to contain, or what they called then détente, kind of live alongside and manage, and said, no, we're going to win. We are good, our values are right and righteous, and we are going to win in this entity using every element of national power, economic, diplomatic, informational, military, and he did, because he was right. Our values, and so allies, like-mindeds and others that share our values, I think, are who we need to embrace. And again, we need to stand strong, whether that is in your community, in our country, or around the world. We need to support people who stand for our values. And I just want to tell you, in the place where I am, case in point, there's an organization called the Human Rights Council that thankfully President Trump has said we're done, we're walking away from, and not a single dollar of your taxpayer dollars are going to support this kind of nonsense anymore. This council has passed 171 resolutions against Israel, compared to 51 against all of the other countries around the world combined. They have things like a George Floyd Commission that literally had UN bureaucrats under the last administration coming into our prisons and deciding, with the likes of Venezuela and Cuba and North Korea and others, opining on our criminal justice system. I mean, it's laughable if it wasn't so serious. So what we've done and what we're doing is, number one, we forced this organization to take its first budget cut in its entire history. We're putting the UN on a diet. We made them cut $500 million out, and we're going to keep going. They cut 3,000 bureaucrats out of that building up in New York, and we're walking away from these organizations like the World Health Organization or the so-called Human Rights Organization or others that are going to infringe on our sovereignty, our rights, and our freedoms. And so I just, again, I want you all to hear that loud and clear. There are some nuggets of decent elements in there. Burden sharing, for example, there's gangs that have taken over Haiti. I don't want to see UN troops down there. American troops down there. You now have UN troops down there. Gaza and the president's 20-point peace plan. That is now being enacted with other partners. So there are some things that we need, but Lord, pray for us. We are determined to clean that place up and make it work for you all, not us for them.
Well, it's about time. Now, another area of reform, and I'm not an expert on it, but I've heard that the UN peacekeeping contingents that are sent around the world
cut by 25%.
Yeah, often,
and we'll keep going.
Are very ineffective, and
They
they don't really do a very good job at all of keeping the peace. So how are we going to do that? Are we going to do that like we're attempting to do in Gaza, where we bring together allies that can actually put together a force?
That's right. No, that's absolutely right. We're going to keep them focused. They're going to tie it to a political process. You are there to keep the peace, which means you have to have a political process to put peace in place, and then you work yourself out of the job and you shut the thing down, and that's exactly what we're doing. The first one we're going to shut down this year is the peacekeeping force in southern Lebanon that's been there for 20 years at the cost of $500 million a year and has done everything but keep the peace. So we're shutting them down where they aren't effective, and then where they are working for the United States, then we'll work with them.
Now, speaking of keeping the peace, you are a former counterterrorism advisor to two different secretaries of defense.
Mm-hmm.
You know a little bit about counterterrorism and about the threat of terrorism.
Yeah.
We have just completed and are currently in negotiations with the leading state sponsor of terror in the world, Iran.
Right.
Brilliant military operation. We now have a memorandum of understanding, and the president's diplomatic team is doing everything they can to arrive at a deal. What do you think is achievable? What are the main goals? What are the objectives? And what are the possibilities of ensuring that the most dangerous regime in the world does not obtain the most dangerous weapons known to man.
Well, I want everyone to hear this loud and clear. The president campaigned on no endless wars. As a veteran, my wife was a veteran of Iraq. I'm a veteran of Afghanistan. We saw that policy drift. It's one of the reasons I ran for office, so that we never have that again. He has achieved many, if not all, of his goals. The Iranian nuclear program was devastated last June. They decided to start to rebuild, and the president hit him again. Their leadership's devastated, their military's devastated, their economy is devastated. Now this process, I mean, we could probably spend a whole hour on this, but now the process is how to lock that in. But I assure you, we know who we're dealing with, and that's how I started this talk. In understanding and with clear eyes what we're dealing with. There is no trust and all verify, and now this is a process to lock those gains in. Gas prices are already back to where they were pre-war. The president has to balance our economy and the global economy. At the same time, he is ensuring that a genocidal, Islamic, revolutionary regime, dictatorship, can never, ever, ever threaten you, threaten the United States, or threaten Israel or the region with a nuclear weapon. And that is, he is doing what presidents before him have refused to do and have kicked the can on year after year after year. President Donald J. Trump is here to solve these problems, whether it's Venezuela, the southern border, the threats against, the terrorist threats against our great ally Israel, or Iran chasing a nuke. I could keep going down the list. He is here to solve these problems using all means necessary, and it's the honor of my life to pull up a chair behind a placard that says United States of America and implement his America First foreign policy.
Outstanding.
All right.
Well, Mike, I concur with everything you just said. I trust the president's instincts. I trust his judgment. You know, I know him, you know him. He's not going to make a bad deal. He's always going to put America first. And we are so glad that you were there by his side. Thank you for enduring the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune that comes from sitting
combat over there
at the United
there,
Nations.
Yeah. Well, I have something for you before we take off. This is the same red hat makers, but we changed a little bit. It's called the UN General Assembly. They call it UNGA. Well, now we've changed it to MUNGA, make the UN great again. So add this to your shelf.
Okay, right. Thank you. Mike Waltz, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
Well, and now it is my great privilege to welcome to our stage one of the president's top economic advisors. He had a brilliant career on Wall Street. He's done extremely well in investing and in generating wealth. And I don't know about you, but one of my favorite things to do is to watch Scott Bessent go toe-to-toe with the liberal media, especially on one of these Sunday shows. He is doing an amazing job as Secretary of Treasury. His advice, his counsel, his judgment is highly regarded by the President and by ours. Please welcome to the stage the Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent. Thanks, Scott. Thank you so much. Well, Mr. Secretary, we had our good mutual friend Dave McCormack here a little earlier, who was once head of one of the biggest hedge funds in the world, and
also an Undersecretary of Treasury.
That's right. Good point. And you, as I said, had a very distinguished career on Wall Street. You arguably know more about what's going on with our economy than anybody else. You're watching all the data. What's your view of the economy right now? We obviously had, some energy inflation coming out of the Iran conflict. What's your overarching view of where the economy is today?
Well, I think middle of February, the president asked me, well, Scott, how do you think the economy is doing? And I said, sir, I think we're growing at 4%. I think inflation is going to be back to target. in July. And President Trump is constantly calibrating. And I think he thought because we had a strong economy, because he had made us energy independent, because we were resilient, then and also we had to go in Iran because they were 2 weeks away, if they wanted, from a nuclear weapon, that we're very strong. We had this 6 weeks of fighting, 90 days total, and now I think we're coming out on the other side, and the U.S. economy has been the most resilient in the world. And the employment numbers for the past 3 months have been gangbusters against all the surveys, and gasoline is going to come back down. This is a energy-induced inflation, and we are actually lower now than we were on February 27th in crude oil markets. And I think gasoline takes a little longer to come back down, but I think we'll be right back down. And I think we actually may be lower because the world is awash in crude.
Mm-hmm. And we've done our job in that respect too, right?
We have. I tell you, I was at the Petroleum Club of Houston 3 weeks ago, and you know, I can't tell you just the difference. Being in Texas, being in New York, I was in New York, and Petroleum Club of Houston, they say the Pledge of Allegiance, there's a prayer before the meeting, and then you get to speak. They don't do that in New York. and people are voting with their feet. People are voting with their feet. Every 2 people leave California and 1 comes to Texas, I think every minute.
And I think I saw, Mr. Secretary, that for the first time in the post-World War II era, there are now more Fortune 500 companies headquartered in Texas than in the state of California. I think I saw that.
Yeah, well, California, New York, and look, I lived in New York for a long time. I was from South Carolina. Went to school in the Northeast. Thank you, in South Carolina. Went to school in the Northeast, and then lived in New York for many years. And people say, "Do you miss New York?" And I said, "Well, I miss the New York I lived in. Like the New York I lived in, I got there." David Dinkins, who's a very nice man, but not a very good mayor, was the mayor. It was kind of Calcutta without the cows. And then Rudy Giuliani, Mike Bloomberg came in, and the place was just humming. And you see how leadership matters. You know, Bill de Blasio came in, and you know, I didn't think there could be anyone worse than Comrade de Blasio, and now we've got it.
And we've now done it.
And now we've got it. And I've got to hand it to President Trump that I went to the meeting with Mayor Mondami, and President Trump looked at him, and this was after he'd won, so December, and he looked at him and said, "You're the leader of the Democratic Party." So Donald Trump predicted what's going on back in December.
Right then.
And you know, what's happened now is everyone says, well, these are extreme ideas. They're mainstream now. They are the mainstream of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, there's no question about it.
I was on the phone with Senator Collins of Maine yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm not allowed to comment on other candidates, but just like her temperament and the policies that it's a stark contrast.
Yes. And speaking of stark contrast, you gave a great speech this week to the New York Economic Club, which I believe you were a member of for many years. And you taught, I would commend, by the way, that speech to anybody who wants to pull it up and either read the transcript or watch the video. But you talked, Mr. Secretary, about the fact that we are no longer going to allow our economic and national security to diverge. And you went through a number of key things, including our ability to produce what we need so we're not dependent upon adversaries, either in a pandemic or at a time of a military conflict. You talked about supply chains. Would you kind of give a synopsis of that speech and talk about how it drives Trump's economic policy?
Sure. And whenever it may happen to some people in this group, whenever you're kind of called spontaneously and asked to like give the prayer, you know, I always have a fallback, and I always talk about yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Like, we're grateful for yesterday, here we are today, and what do we want for tomorrow? So yesterday, at the end of World War II, it was good for U.S. national policy to rebuild our allies in Europe, to make sure that communism did not flourish, and it gave us the greatest economy in the world, and we tolerated a lot from that. We were willing to, because we were growing so much faster than the rest of the world. We were concerned about the Soviet Union, and we let that way of doing business go for too long. Mm-hmm. We had the China shock in early 2000s that gutted our manufacturing sector, and we created, you know, we brought down the Iron Curtain, and it was almost like we needed another worthy adversary, but you know, we let China that come right up behind us. We've got a $30 trillion economy. They've now got a $20 trillion economy, and you know, that's from, you know, that's up 20 or 40x. Mm-hmm. And but the other thing that's happened, and I've said it many times, the only good thing about COVID was it was a dry run for if we were to get into a conflict with a major power, that we can't defend ourselves anymore. That it was a wake-up call, and I don't understand why the Biden administration didn't do anything, because there were a couple of very smart people in there. And,
there were?
Well, a couple.
Do you have any names?
A couple is two. And look, we've had more cabinet meetings in a year than they did all 4 years. So yeah. There was, it was kind of vanilla chocolate was the decision President Biden made. But we, but we let our national interests get away from us, and like in this era of free trade, we decided, you know, Mike Pence and I think Vice President Pence is a patriot, but you know, he was describing like the old world of unfettered free trade, where our manufacturing base left, the middle part of the country got hollowed out. And I just said, Mr. Vice President, we can't tell people, like, let them eat flat screens. I think people would rather have their communities back, they'd rather have the dignity of work than cheap gadgets. And the Wall Street Journal took a shot at me. They called me an Ivy League populist. And you know, I tapped back at him, and I said, well, that's why you're called the Wall Street Journal, not the Main Street Journal. I mean, it is. And you know, Main Street suffered. At the Economic Club, someone asked me, what would you like for your legacy to be? What do you think the president's legacy will be for his second administration? And I said, parallel prosperity. Wall Street always does great, but it's Main Street's turn to catch up, and yeah. Main Street came back. It was, look, we have spent a lot of time at Treasury with our small and community banks. Elizabeth Warren is always, oh, well, you know, I'm afraid of a bank going under. Well, it's Senator, you put 45% of the small banks in America under. The financial regulations from 2008, 2009, it was too big to fail, but they became too small to succeed.
Yeah. And
you know, our Main Street and small banks, you know, they finance small business, they finance agriculture, they finance the real estate, you know, community real estate loans, and we're trying to bring those back. So you know, it's again, stock market can do great, but it is time for Main Street to do better.
Now, as you know, we're celebrating this week the one-year anniversary of the signing of the Working Families Tax Cut. We brought the corporate rates down. We accelerated depreciation for investment. We have the Trump accounts, expansion of the child tax credit, standard deduction, no tax on tips, reduced taxes on Social Security benefits and for seniors. It's now been in place for a year. What impact is that having on working families, on small businesses, on job creation, and on the larger economy?
Look, I think there's something here for everyone too, and there are also the private education funding too.
Yes, school choice.
School choice, and blue states aren't taking it because the teachers' unions have the dagger up to their throat. And this is crazy because you alluded to, I have a little fun when I go for my congressional hearings, and there's one very impassioned congresswoman who said, well, this could be used for a racist private school or this, and I said, your state's not taking it, and it doesn't have to be used for a school. It could be, if you're in a blue state and your child's in public school, you can use it for tutoring, you can use it for special needs children, you can use it for school trips, but they don't want it. I mean, it's unbelievable, but I think...
Has any blue state, other than Kathy Hochul in New York, agreed to take these funds?
New York and Colorado have said they're going to do it, but they haven't done it.
They haven't done it.
They haven't done it. So, and remember, I think the governor of Colorado is like one of the 20 potential Democratic presidential candidates. So he's, but I think that the one big beautiful bill, the working families tax cut, that was this incredible barbell. Because it's, as you said, on one side, it had the very efficient things for business, automatic, 100% expensing, permanent. So it's permanent. We're never going to have to. What I love about the working families tax cut, everything's permanent.
Explain that, because a lot of people don't understand that there was a 10-year sunset on the first Trump tax cut.
On a lot of provisions, and that a lot of things, like the full expensing, whether you're a big business or a small business, that you were able to, for the first few years, you could expense, if you bought a MacBook for your business, if you bought filing cabinets, you could, if you were a big company and built a new assembly line, it was 100% immediate deductibility. And when I go out, I was in the Winnebago plant in Minnesota, and they said, because we could do the immediate expensing, we decided to build a battery factory in Florida. It made it worth it. So we're seeing a CapEx boom with 17% pickup in CapEx, and I think that's a combination of the tariff policy and the tax policy. So you've got this very pro-business policy over here. I was in my hometown, Charleston, South Carolina, and Boeing has their second location there, and they're doing a 50% expansion for the Dreamliners. So that is 3,000 construction jobs that are going to turn into 1,000 great high-paying factory jobs. Then on the other side, you have the president's signature policies, and not everybody on our side of the aisle was in favor of all of these. Well, we don't know if it's good economic policy, but the president knew that it was great for the American workers. And I'm also the acting head of the IRS, so I could see the forms. 44% of the tax returns we got had one of the president's signature policies on it. So no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. The 85% of our seniors did not pay taxes on Social Security. And deductibility on the interest of auto loans for American-made cars. And I went with the president to Las Vegas on tax day on April 15th, and he likes to do spontaneous surveys of the audience. And he went through with all four of the provisions, and I would have thought that Las Vegas would have been the tip capital of the world. And he went through, okay, no tax on tips, no tax, it was no tax on overtime, was by far the biggest. And
that was bigger than tips.
Bigger than tips. And I was out in the Reagan Library about 5 weeks ago in Simi Valley, California. I did a roundtable with small business, and I'm sure we got a lot of small business owners here. And they said, our employees love no tax on overtime because, and it's the American way. You want to work harder, you keep more of it.
Right.
But the employers love it because then they have great employees who want to work more.
Yeah,
So-
well, as you know, and I'm going to be at an event at the Treasury Department this week celebrating, you know, the
Yeah, with Art Laffer.
with Art
and
Laffer
Steve Moore.
and Art Laffer. famous-
Art's great. Art's the original Reagan-era souvenir.
Yes, and he says that if you want to see a growing economy, you don't tax people who work, and you don't pay people not to work.
Yep.
And I think you and President Trump have got both of those right, and the future is very bright because of it.
I can tell you that President Trump, we've never had this many Americans working as we have under President Trump.
Yeah, and the best is yet to come.
Best is yet to come.
And you know this, we strongly supported you for secretary.
Oh, I know.
You are doing a phenomenal job. The president is lucky to have you. He values your counsel. And Scott, on behalf of all of our members, I want to thank you for what you're doing for the working men and women of this country. Let's thank Scott Bessent for coming one more time. Thank you so much. Okay. What a treat it is to welcome back to our podium. He was here a year ago. It's been one of the greatest privileges of my career to get to know this man on a personal level. You don't often get somebody who's third in line to the presidency who came out of our movement. But he began his work fighting for our values as a constitutional attorney, defending religious liberty, working with Alliance Defending Freedom and other pro-religious liberty legal organizations to fight for the rights of Christians and other people of faith to express their faith in the public square, free from discrimination and persecution. He then served in the Louisiana legislature. He was elected to Congress. And some of you will remember that rather crazy and bizarre speaker's race where there were multiple candidates, and then this man emerged. But I am here to tell you, there was an angel in the whirlwind, because he has the intelligence, he has the character, he has the principles and the understanding of our values, and he has the temperament to be a leader. I believe this is a divine appointment. God has given him favor with his colleagues, favor with the president, and favor with the American people. We are 130 days away from a midterm election, and among all the things that we must do, at the very top of the list is making sure that Mike Johnson remains Speaker of the House of Representatives. Would you please welcome the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much. It is, boy, I have to turn the mic lower than Ralph. This is, I want y'all to know I was 4 inches taller when I became Speaker of the House. They have beat me down mercilessly, but I am still fighting because we're in this together. Thank you. Thank you for being here today. I am so grateful to the Faith and Freedom Coalition. I cannot tell you what an inspiration and example Ralph Reed has been for me, to me, for so many years, and I know to all of you as well. And this coalition, this group, as you know, you are the backbone of the conservative movement. I mean, we would not be in the majority right now if it were not for you. That is a true statement. That's just, I know, we all know. I don't know the exact number, but it's somewhere north of 10 million doors that were knocked on for the 2024 election. We do this together. It is a grassroots effort and operation, and it could not happen without everybody in this room and your faith and your persistence and your faithfulness. Psalm 11:3 says, if the foundations be destroyed, what will the righteous do? That is not a rhetorical question for you and me. It's one we have to answer right now. And I've been more animated than usual this week because of the illustrations that we have seen of that. Right now, the foundations of America are under violent and unprecedented attack. And you know that that is true. And so while we assemble every year, I think this is the 17th Road to the Majority event. It's amazing. Thank you for being a part of it, because it's never been more important than it is right this moment, okay? Look, we know what's happened just in the last few days. Earlier this week, you saw the election results in New York City and a couple of other places around the country. No, the speaker's job is a unique one, because when I'm not here and we're not, in session voting, leading the legislative agenda, the legislative branch, the speaker is supposed to be on the road, because the speaker's in charge of the whole map. To keep the majority, you're the leader of the party and the major fundraiser for the legislative branch, and you got to get out and travel. So I go all around the country, and I go to the blue states and the swing districts, and just endlessly traveling. And I have been seeing this for a long time, and I've been saying for a long time, this midterm is going to be unlike any in history. There is a dangerous trend going on in the country right now. And the best way to describe what I've seen is, I've said there's just little mini Mamdanis popping up all around the country running for Congress. Now, I started saying this many months ago, and they were like, no, that's not. Yes, well, you just saw it. And we cannot look the other way. You cannot take this for granted. It's a serious threat, my friends. Some of the most radical people who have ever run for office are on the ballot in the fall, and they're running for Congress, so many of these. And I brought you a little greatest hits list here, just a sample of some of the people who will very likely be joining the 120th Congress in January, because they're winning these blue state primaries. Let me tell you something, the danger that we have right now is that the energy, the excitement, the grassroots operation, the money is on the side of the insurgent left, and they are openly running as Marxist communists for Congress. When Ronald Reagan was in this very building, decades ago, he talked about the threat of communism. He was referencing something happening as a threat overseas. It's now on our own shores, in our own homeland. Listen to some of these examples. This is candidate Wang in California, refuses to say the Pledge of Allegiance. Hamaway in New Jersey has ties to Al-Qaeda and other terrorist organizations. Chevalier in New York, she's becoming famous. That was one of Mamdani's endorsees. She wants to abolish the border and all police. Mendoza of Arizona wants to decriminalize trans prostitution. You didn't know that was a thing? James in Iowa wants to apologize for being white. Miss Garriott in Iowa performed a Satanist wedding. Yeah, these are congressional candidates. Bennett, New Jersey, stopped going to church, quote, because Trump voters were there, okay? The insurgent left is taking over. Now listen, I don't know if you've seen this, and if anybody shared it from the podium, and if they have, forgive me for repeating it, but the DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America, it sounds so innocuous, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Don't say that. This is their platform. Listen, this is actually quotes from their platform that they published, I think, about a day or two ago. You can find this on the internet. Okay, here's just a sample of what they're about. They put this on paper. They're saying the quiet things out loud. Abolish the Electoral College, replace the two-party system with a multi-party democracy. Expand the House of Representatives, implement proportional representation and ranked choice voting in all elections. Establish public ownership of the largest corporations and essential industries to ensure democratic control and accountability to the people. Abolish ICE and grant amnesty for all. End sanctions on Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran. Free Palestine, quote, for a free Palestine with Jerusalem as its capital. End all military and economic aid to Israel. Prosecute U.S. and Israeli leaders responsible for the genocide in Gaza. Abolish the carceral state. Listen, quote, redirect police and prison funding to public services as steps towards abolishing the carceral forces of the capitalist state. Y'all, it goes on and on and on. Defund the Department of War. replace the president and the Supreme Court with an executive and judiciary chosen and subordinate to Congress, which they're hoping to take over. And the last one is abolish the Senate. Now, some of you may agree with that, but don't, just leave that one there. Okay. It's fine. I'm kidding. I love my colleagues over there. There's a new Gallup and NBC poll. Came out, I think, 4 days ago. Listen to this. Only 29% of Democrat voters now say they are proud to be American. Over half now say they want to live in another country. Go, go, go. We can't deport that many. So let me tell you, this is a very sober, let's see how much time I have. Oh dear, 3 minutes. Okay, look, I am very bullish about the midterms. Let me just tell you right now, as a leader of this little army in the House, we are ready for this fight. We're ready for this fight. We're called for it. My friends, I have a very boring 90-minute slideshow that I could go through with you right now. All the reasons we're going to win. We are going to defy history. It is true. We have to defy history. Only twice in 90 years has a sitting president picked up seats for his party in that first 2-year cycle. But this is a midterm unlike any other, not only because of the threats that we face that are very real and must be confronted, but it's because of a lot of reasons on paper why we should win. We have a great record to run on. You just heard our extraordinary Treasury Secretary recount some of the big wins that we've done. I could do this with you all day, talking about the 700 bills we passed through the House, the 100 executive orders we've codified, and all the great things we've done for hardworking American families, and pro-family policies and pro-life policies, and we're fulfilling our promises. We have better candidates than the Democrats do. They are on the verge of an open civil war because the establishment Democrats are being pushed out by the Marxists. They're having a lot of disarray on their side, and that will play to our advantage in the midterms. We have, for the first time in 10 years, my friends, we have a slight fundraising advantage over the Democrats. That never happens. People are so motivated, and we have the President of the United States running like it's 2024, okay? He's going to tell you that himself here in a few minutes. He's going to tell you. He's out doing campaigns and rallies, and he's going to look right into the eyes of the camera and say, I am on the ballot, because in a real sense he is. If we were to lose the midterms, heaven forbid, these Democrats, y'all, impeachment's not even the big concern. They will turn every committee of Congress into an investigative body, and they'll go after the president's family, the cabinet, his donors and friends. Half of you in this room will be targeted. I run the protection program. I'll take care of you, okay? We're going to win. We're going to win the midterm, okay? All right? I'll leave you with this thought. Oh dear, a minute. Okay, I'll leave you with this thought. We have been portraying this, Newt Gingrich gave us the idea. He has a way of crystallizing things so well. He said, Mike, this midterm, think of it like this. This midterm is not a contract with America year. You guys did that in 2024, and you have fulfilled those promises. You delivered for the people. This is not a contract with America year. This is a contrast for America year. Yeah. And the contrast is between common sense and crazy, okay? And they give us new illustrations every day now of crazy. We don't have to make it up. I'm going to tell you that we're called to be faithful. I did a little tour a couple weeks ago in with this. We had faith influencers. A big group of them came to the Capitol, and among them was Frank Turek, a dear friend, and many others that you would know. Is Frank here? He could be here. But he took a clip of what I was sharing with them on Statuary Hall floor, and it's gotten a lot of attention, and I want to share this with you because it's so encouraging to me. People say to me all the time, I know you're a man of faith, I know you pray, you don't ever seem to be riled up by that? I mean, you don't get nervous, people run around with their hair on fire all the time, and you seem to be always calm. How do you do that? So this is a matter of faith, it really is. And I said, I draw great inspiration from what the founders said and did and wrote, and how they believed and walked out their faith in public, and how they hoped and expected and prayed that future leaders would do the same. And I'm apt to quote John Quincy Adams. So I was doing a tour, and I'd love to bring you all on a tour sometime if we ever had time. I'd take you through the original House chamber, which is now Statuary Hall. There's a gold plate on the floor where John Quincy Adams once sat as he served in the House. You probably know the story of John Quincy Adams. He was our 6th president, John Adams' son. After he was president, he ran for the House of Representatives. No one's ever done it since, because why would you? But he had a mission. He had a mission. He ran for Congress because he was determined, he had a deep conviction from God that slavery was wrong and he wanted to end it in the United States. This is the mid-1800s. Sadly, the nation was not yet ready to do that, but he brought the resolution over and over and over to end it. And on about the 13th or 14th failed attempt, famously, someone came up to him and they said, "Mr. President, why are you doing it? It's going to fail again." Very simply, he said, "Duty is ours, results are God's." Very liberating way to live. But I'm out of time. Let me just share with you what I think is even more inspirational than that. The continuance of the story that I shared on the floor and that they're sharing around, I want to share with you. John Quincy Adams was sitting on the floor, and he failed in that attempt. And after the Mexican-American War, we were expanding the country westward, and there was a move to install slavery out west. So John Quincy Adams, they called him the old man eloquent. He was 80 years old, and he was standing on the House floor arguing with passion and conviction and clarity from Scripture of why we should not do that. And he fell, had a stroke, and he fell on the floor, where the gold plate is now, the brass plate. They picked him up, and they took him into what is now the women's reading room. It used to be the speaker's room, and they laid him on a couch. He fell into a coma, and he died there 2 days later. That couch is still there, by the way. If you come late at night, I'll show you. It's reupholstered, but it's still there. So he passes out, and he passes away 2 days later. Now, here's the coolest thing, and I'll end with this. 6 pallbearers carried his casket a few days later. Among them was a young congressman from Illinois named Abraham Lincoln. Now, listen, okay. The 6th president was not able to eradicate slavery, but his deep moral conviction and his inspiration inspired young Abraham Lincoln, who went on to become the 16th president and finish the job. The moral of this story is what I wanted to share with this audience in particular, because you're faithful and you're out there and you're engaged and you're doing the job. All we're called to do is be faithful. We do not know when the results of that will bear fruit. We don't know for sure. We can't know for certain. But we do know if we are faithful, God will use it. And so we are called to do our duty, and the results are up to Him. He's not done with America yet, my friends. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thanks for what you're doing. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage speaker, author, former Secret Service agent, and 9/11 World Trade Center survivor, Darren Kinder.
All right, good morning, good afternoon. Faith and freedom. I love this crowd. I love this crowd. Faith and freedom, two of my favorite things, something I have put myself on the line for both, and will do so again if called upon. My name is Darren Kinder, and like that message just said, I'm a former Secret Service agent for 25 years. I have witnessed history, seen history. I have traveled to 43 different countries, protected 5 U.S. presidents while in office. I have hunted and chased al-Qaeda cells across Western Europe. But more important than all of that, I'm a faithful husband, devoted father, and a fierce follower of Jesus Christ. I'm also a survivor. I'm a survivor of the terrorist attack in the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001. And what I want to do today is share just a couple of moments, a couple of scenes from that day, and illustrate some much bigger points. But I'm also, I'll be honest, I mean, faith and freedom, I'm a child of the 80s. I mean, come on. I mean, unfortunately, when I grew up, the center of my house was not Jesus at the time. It was Reagan. We were raised on Reagan, right? My Holy Trinity was Top Gun, Rocky IV, and Red Dawn. I used to go to bed at night dreaming about killing Russians in the mountains. I'm not kidding. I'm not saying that's holy. I'm just saying that that's true. But we had this sense of American exceptionalism, this optimism that was unstoppable. It's the air that I breathe, the water that I drank in my family. I had a front row seat to service. My mother was a nurse. My father worked for an agency that helped the blind. My brother, the real cop in the family, was a law enforcement officer for 27 years. But what I want to do, I'm also a patriot, but what I want to do is unpack, what does it mean this morning? What does it mean to serve your nation, but also serve your Lord? Because that's the contention that we have to wrestle here with this morning. What does it mean to be a good citizen, knowing that this is not our home, knowing that I'm ultimately a citizen of heaven? Well, let's get our terms straight first, shall we? When I say citizens, I am not talking about civilians. There's a difference. I have a feeling, we'll find out, I have a feeling that people in this room are citizens of this great republic. You see, a civilian is obsessed with self, inward focused, focused on their own safety, focused on their own comfort. A civilian consumes, takes, rarely gives. Civilians see people and circumstances as a means to an end, but not citizens. Citizens are different. They build. Citizens invest. They cultivate. They grow societies from the ground up. They spend their time, resources, and talents on things that matter. They cultivate and build a society. They draw benefits along the way because they put their own deposits in rightly as they went. They have two focuses: inward focus on the family and outward on their community. That's a citizen. Teddy Roosevelt once famously said, "A citizen has the will to work and a willingness to fight the righteous fight." Yes. Well, let me tell you, on September 11, 2001, I witnessed both, civilians and citizens. When we first evacuated, our office was in 7 World Trade Center. When we first evacuated, a group that I belonged to, about 30 special agents, in the blink of an eye, we went to first responders and started entering in, and civilians are running around and there's chaos, and you would expect that. But later, a few minutes later, I find myself in the North Tower because I'm not very smart. I find myself in the North Tower. I'm in a stairwell, and there's people evacuating down. And about on the 10th floor, there was this woman. She was slumped over in the corner. She could not evacuate herself anymore. And unfortunately for her, that stairwell was full of civilians, not citizens. And so I just said, hey, to the 2 guys I was with, the 2 agents, I said, you keep going. I'll meet you later. I'm going to help her down. And I started to carry her down, and I couldn't do it myself. And so I grabbed a random dude by the collar, literally, and said, you're helping me. And once the blinders were off, that man, in an instant, went from a civilian to a citizen. And we carried her down. Later, after the first tower had collapsed, before the second tower had collapsed, it was madness, it was chaos. On September 11, 2001, I had a front row seat to evil. But I also saw the best of America. I saw people, citizens of a republic, pouring out of bodegas and convenience stores and pharmacies with medical supplies, with food, with water, not to hoard it for themselves, but to give to their fellow citizens. In all that madness, it was a thing of beauty. Citizens responding. Later, when Tower 2 collapsed, it almost killed me because I was dumb enough to go back. Citizenship is a choice. Courage is a choice. Tower 2, the second tower collapsed, almost taking my life, and I managed to escape inside the lobby of a bank. I met up with 3 other Secret Service agents there, randomly. And we decided we were going to go back. We were going to go back to the World Trade Center site again. And at that moment, we said we're going to form 2 search parties, and we asked for volunteers. And the civilians in that bank lobby looked at the top of their shoes, but a handful of citizens stepped forward. And we deployed as 2 groups out into the gloom, looking for survivors, and all we found were bodies. At that point, me and 3 other Secret Service agents commandeered this fire truck. There's this fire truck in the middle of the intersection that wasn't being used, and it was undamaged. I have no idea how. You see, because the professional firefighters were gone. 343 of them erased. And we figured out how to turn on the hose. And we got water pouring out of this fire truck. We just started putting out all the fires that were around us. And several citizens came and said, what can I do to help? You see what I mean? There's a difference, citizens and civilians. Later that day, at the very end, I hopped on a boat. I left Manhattan. I rowed across the Hudson River to Hoboken, New Jersey, where I lived, to reunite with my young wife. I was part of the great 9/11 boat lift, right? On that day, 500,000 people were evacuated off of Manhattan Island in 9 hours. Do the math. How is that possible? The citizens heard the call and they answered the bell. Coast Guard call went out and said, any boat willing to help the evacuation of Lower Manhattan, please report to Governor's Island forthwith. And 150 vessels of all kinds responded. 600 pilots, captains, sailors, citizens responded. Now there's a higher calling above citizen, I think, in my opinion, guardians. Guardians are ones who administer justice, establish order, and keep us safe. They're our first responder community. I want to honor them. It's a higher calling that not all are called to. But I know this, 422 of them died on September 11, 2001. And I saw the best of the best respond to the danger, run to the guns, and they were valiant to their final breath. There's another higher calling as well, the warriors. Yeah. After 9/11, our warriors went to work. They went downrange in places like Afghanistan and Syria, Libya, Iraq, to fight the fight there so the enemy could never bring the fight back here. And I'm forever indebted to them. George Orwell once said that we sleep peacefully at night because rough men stand ready to do violence on our behalf. And that's true. Because contrary to what your mommy may have told you, sometimes violence is the answer. Why? Because evil doesn't stop when you ask nicely. Now, above that, we got citizens. We have guardians. We have warriors. But we are citizens of heaven. That's a higher calling. We are citizens of heaven. We are not, let me be clear, we are not civilians waiting for heaven. We are citizens of heaven here, right now, doing God's work. Some Christians see Jesus as just their Savior, and they spend their days just waiting for salvation. Not us, not you, not me, not today. We are citizens of heaven, right now. How can we be good citizens of our nation and also citizens of heaven at the same time? It's very easy. We fight for our nation by serving our Lord. Let me give you 3 quick ways on how we can best do that as citizens of a republic and as citizens of heaven. Number 1, it is God's will. Evangelism is the will of God for each and every believer. When the first tower collapsed on September 11th, it almost got me. I was really close. I'm running, and large chunks of debris are falling all around me, and then the lights just went out. I couldn't see, but I'm still running, large chunks of debris falling everywhere. And then a few strides later, I'm out of the kill zone. I'm out of the kill box, and I see this strange thing out of my left eye. I see sunlight. Sunlight. And so I run across the street, and I'm looking north up a very narrow alley. At the other end of that alley is sun. And so I just turned around because all I could hear was screams and cries in the darkness. I turned around and I started yelling at the top of my lungs, follow the sound of my voice. Come this way. There is light this way. Come towards me. I will show you the light. And I say that not to elevate myself. I say that is our calling, metaphorically, as Christians in this, as citizens of heaven. To be the man, to be the woman, standing in the alley, pointing people to the light of life. Jesus said, I am the light of the world. Those who follow me will not walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. We are a city on a hill, a light that should not be hidden. Let your light, Jesus says, let your light shine before others so that they may see your good works and give glory to God who is in heaven. You want to know, how do I serve and fight for my nation while serving my God? What does it look like? Go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, teaching them to obey all that I have commanded you. That's called being the man, being the woman, standing in the alley, pointing people to the only light that matters. Secondly, a citizen of heaven fights the battle at home. This is a house-to-house conflict. It is brutal. They are taking over our homes. They want to take over our homes and our families and our marriages. We have to fight back. We build families, and those families are built on marriage. We breathe deeply. We drink deeply from the headwaters of Genesis 1, 2, and 3. We root our families. We cultivate our families in the Word of God. God and God alone defines marriage. God and God alone defines what a family is. The Creator defines what He creates. I don't care what 9 people across town say. That's what we do. We enter in, we protect, we provide, we cultivate, we nurture, all founded on the Word of God. We craft our children like arrows in the hand of a mighty warrior are the children of one's youth. Psalm 127. Because one day I've got 4 sons. One day we're going to release them, and they're going to fly straight, and they're going to fly true, and have an impact for Jesus. That is our calling. How do you want to fight for your nation by serving your Lord? Point people to the only light that matters, and build marriages and build families centered on God who take Jesus seriously. Why? Because godly families godly marriages create godly families, and those families create godly churches, and those churches impact the community, and those communities have godly cities, and those cities create godly states, and those states create a godly nation. And that is what I'm going to spend the rest of my days doing my little part to make America faithful again. Now, one more illustration from my experience on September 11th. At the end of the day, myself and the 3 other agents I were with, we finally figured out where everyone else was relocated. We drove about 30 blocks north, and we walk into this place called Chelsea Piers. Many of you are familiar with it. And we walk in, and we are beaten and bloodied and haggard. At the end of the day, my shoes, the soles of my shoes were melted. My pants were about 3 or 4 inches shorter because they kept catching fire. And I saw a large group of people that I worked with, and they looked just like we did, man. They had answered the call. They were citizens of a republic. But I saw another group of people at that establishment, and they were different. They were clean. Their suits were clean. Their hair was shiny or nice and neat like mine. Their shoes were perfect. Courage is a choice, is it not? Being a citizen is a choice, is it not? And so the next day, I share that illustration only for this. The next day, I'm on my couch in Hoboken, New Jersey. I'm praying with my young wife, and we're praying, and we're trying to figure out what is the Lord going to do with us and with this event. And I couldn't get that image out of my mind, man. There were dirty suits and there were clean suits. And I made a promise to God in that prayer. I said, Lord, I'm going to spend the rest of my days. I should be dead. I'm going to spend the rest of my days getting my suit dirty to bring your name glory. And at the end of the prayer, these words just rolled off of my tongue. I said, Lord, when you call me home, when I punch out of this world and into the next, bury me in a dirty suit. I didn't know 25 years later that'd be the title of my book, Bury Me in a Dirty Suit. So my question to you is your suit dirty? Are you ready to get your suit dirty? Because I don't want to, wouldn't it be a shame to punch out of this world in a clean suit if that was your legacy? No. You have an arena for which you have been called, each and every one of us. How do we serve and fight for our nation while serving our Lord? We choose to enter into the arena. What is your arena? We are created uniquely and perfectly with different skills, talents, and abilities for a purpose. I would encourage you to pursue it with everything you've got. What is that arena for you? I don't know. Maybe it's running for city council, getting on the school board, fundraising, knocking on doors, whatever it may be. What else could your arena be? I don't know. Child abuse, domestic violence, abortion, homelessness. Because as I travel over the country, this is what I see. It's sad to say. I see arenas that are just waiting for their gladiator to show up. But not you and I. Not today. You see, Roosevelt said, we never want to be those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat. Those cold and timid souls, those are clean suits. But not you and I. Not today. Not moving forward. Folks, we live in the space between. We live in the space between the resurrection of Jesus and his coming back. I've read the end. I know how it ends. But in that space between, there's ground to be won. There are foot soldiers needed for that second coming. Come, Jesus, come. Find that arena and spend the rest of your days getting after it, rolling up your sleeves and getting your suit dirty in the name of Jesus. So what does it look like? To fight for our nation and serve our country? That's what it looks like. Let me just close with this. The national anthem. I love it. You know, for the average national anthem is about 1 minute, 43 seconds. And in that 1 minute, 43 seconds, here's what I do. It's just a practice. Maybe you could adopt it. I fix my eyes on the flag and I don't let it waver. And then I pray. I thank God that he put me in this nation, in this time, in this place, on the greatest nation on earth. And then I say, Lord, what can I do to serve this nation? Show me, equip me. And then I say, Lord, what can I do to serve you and make your name glorified above and beyond as a citizen of heaven? For the good of my nation and for the glory of my God. And by the time I get to the land of the free and the home of the brave, I've got a tear in my eye and a full heart in my chest. I'm a citizen of this great republic. I'm also a citizen of heaven. My name is Darren Kinder. I live in a dirty suit. I'm fighting for my country by serving my Lord. Join me. Thank you.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain...
Fourscore and 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated.
Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. The only way they can inherit the freedom we have known is if we fight for it protect it, defend it, and then hand it to them with the well-taught lessons of how they in their lifetime must do the same.
Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for man.
We share one heart, one home, and one glorious destiny.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage, Ralph Reed.
It's going to get even better. He comes out.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, performance painter, Matt Hagen.
Thank you, Matt. Wasn't that great? All right, so the president is en route in his motorcade. He will be here in a matter of minutes. And I don't think I need to remind anyone of this, but we want to make sure that this is the most enthusiastic reception that he has ever gotten. Okay? So get ready. The program will resume shortly.
Looking in your eyes, I see a paradise. This world that I found is too good to be true. Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart that I'm feeling for you. Let 'em say we're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in my hand, baby. Don't ever look back. Let the world around us just fall apart. Baby, we can make it if we're heart to heart.
right, picture that with a Kodak. Or better yet, go to Times Square, take a picture of me with a Kodak. Took my life from negative to positive, I just want y'all to know that. And tonight, let's enjoy life. Pitbull, Naya, Neo, that's right.
I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it tonight. Grab somebody sexy, tell them, hey, give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything.
Take advantage of the night, cause tomorrow I'm off to do battle, perform for a princess. But tonight, I can make you my queen and make love to you endless. It's insane the way the name growing, money keep flowing. Hustlers moving silent, so I'm tiptoeing. So keep blowing, I got it locked up like Lindsay Lohan. Put it on my life, baby. I'm gonna give you a ride, baby. Can't promise tomorrow, but I promise tonight. Excuse me, and I might drink a little more than I should tonight. And I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And maybe I'ma make you feel so good tonight. Cause we might not get tomorrow.
Tonight, I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it tonight. Grab somebody sexy, tell them, hey, give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything.
Reach for the stars, and if you don't grab them, at least you fall on top of the world. Think about it, cause if you slip, I'm gonna fall on top of your girl. What I'm involved with is deeper than the Masons, baby, and it ain't no secret. My family's from Cuba, but I'm an American. I don't get money like secrets. Put it on my life, baby. I'll make it feel right, baby. Can't promise tomorrow, but I promise tonight. Darling. Excuse me, and I might drink a little more than I should tonight. And I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And maybe I'ma make you feel so good tonight. Cause we might not get tomorrow.
I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it tonight. Grab somebody sexy, tell them, hey, give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight.
Excuse me, and I might drink a little more than I should tonight. And I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And maybe I'ma make you feel so good tonight. Cause we might not get tomorrow.
Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best, you can be the King Kong banging on your chest.
You could beat the world, you could beat the war. You could talk to God, go banging on his door.
You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks.
You could be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself.
Standing in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
'Cause you burn with the best flame.
walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you could get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke. Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try? Do it for your country, do it for your name. Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. Cause you burn with the burst flame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. Walls of the Hall of Fame. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage, Ralph Reed.
Are you guys ready? I know he's ready, but I'm going to give him a proper introduction because this man, our next speaker, is no stranger to this conference or this stage. In fact, today marks his 10th appearance at the Faith and Freedom Road to Majority Conference. He has been here as a private citizen, as a candidate, and we are pleased to welcome him back today as President of the United States. With the seal back on the podium where it belongs, amen? This is a man who alone, among all the leaders that we have had, gave us the most conservative Supreme Court in over a century. This is a man who, after decades of incompetence and criminal negligence, gave us the most secure border the United States has ever had. He signed the largest tax cut in history that is fueling the greatest economy the world has ever seen. He moved the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, and he gave us the closest relationship and collaboration with our ally Israel that the nation has ever known. And he alone had the courage and the moral clarity to order and direct military action against Iran to make sure it will never have a nuclear weapon. They impeached him, they indicted him, they tried to imprison him, they tried to knock him off the ballot, and then they tried to kill him. And it all failed because God has a purpose for this man. And it is to save our nation. Please welcome back to this stage the 45th and the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't
There ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I want to thank Ralph for the introduction. He's a great guy and friend of mine for a long time. And thank you to all of the true American patriots of Faith and Freedom Coalition. You've been with me from the beginning, and pretty much like nobody else, I don't think can top you. You were just great right from the beginning. You got it. You understood what we had to do, and we got it done, and we're continuing to get it done at levels that nobody's seen before. With the help of many people in this room, 18 months ago, we won the most consequential election victory in American history. Winning all 7 swing states, the Electoral College by 312 to 226, the popular vote, and 86% of all counties in America, 2,700 to 525. That's called a big victory. The Faith and Freedom Coalition was with us every step of the way. You knocked on 97 million doors. It's true. Ralph actually told me 10 million, so I had checked. It was 9.7 million. You reached 18 million voters. Think of that, voters of faith. You sent 28 million text messages and made 10 million phone calls to help us win a mandate like no other administration in modern history. It was a mandate like we have not seen before. And together we saved our country, and we saved religious freedom in America. We saved religious. It was going down. And you've always stood with me, and I will always stand with you. I'll always remember it. I'll always remember how hard you worked and your spirit. I especially want to thank Pastor Paula White, who's with us. Paula, wherever you may be. Thank you, Paula. Great person. Director of the White House Faith Office, Jenny Korn. Terrific. Jenny, thank you very much. Bishop Kelvin Cobberis. Where is Kevin? Thank you, Kevin. Good job. Nice looking man. President of the National Hispanic Christian Leadership Conference, Pastor Sam Rodriguez, who's been with me from the beginning. This place is crowded. I remember this place not so long ago. Hopefully, we'll have a little more pleasant, we're going to have a little more pleasant experience. I remember this room very well. A friend of mine who has been just incredible, Dr. Alveda King. Doctor, thank you. Thank you, darling. She's been with me also from the beginning. So many from the beginning. You can tell so much. The ones from the beginning, I don't know, they tend to be the ones, they're the ones they stay, and they stay like nobody. And we appreciate all of those people. An ambassador to the United Nations who's doing a really great job. Mike Waltz, he's around here someplace. Mike, doing a really good job. And just over 1 week from now, we will celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, marking 2.5 centuries of glorious American freedom. And thanks to the extraordinary work and incredible devotion of patriots like those people in this very, very crowded ballroom, today I can proudly report that on the edge of our 250th year, America is back. It's back. It's back. I believe better than ever before. And I'm especially pleased to say that, likewise, religion is back in our country, bigger and stronger than it has been in many, many years. Been reading all of those reports. Religion's really, it's going up. If that were stock, we'd be very, very rich, all of us. It's been great to watch. And as I've said before, to be a great nation, you have to have religion and you have to have God in your nation. If you don't have that, it just doesn't seem to work out, does it? And we have it. We have religion and we have God now. Remember when I first started, 2016, they wanted to take the Christmas out of Christmas. Remember that? We ended that little drive, but we ended a lot of other drives too. From the very beginning of our country, American greatness has been forged by people of faith, and the very first settlers who set foot upon this new world at Jamestown got off their ship, raised up a cross, and bowed down to the Lord in prayer. It was faith that strengthened the Minutemen and who stood up at Lexington Green and Concord Bridge in Philadelphia 250 years ago. Next week, our founders invoked the Creator 4 times in the Declaration of Independence. 4 times. I wasn't mentioned once. I'm very upset. Not once. Faith pushed the pioneers to journey west. Faith led Americans to abolish slavery, and faith built this country into the most exceptional nation in the history of the world. It was going very badly a couple of years ago, very badly, but it's back really strong. But we have to be very careful because bad things are happening. Could I watch what's happening? And we're going to be discussing that in just a minute. Americans have always deeply believed in the promise of Christ's words in the Gospel of Matthew. With God, all things are possible. With God, all things are possible, right? All things. That's why as we prepared to enter the 250th year last month, tens of thousands of patriots came together on our national mall, and we officially rededicated America as one nation under God. And we're not changing. We're not changing. And we always have been, and we always will be. We're not going to let them take it away. But as we celebrate this anniversary, we must also remember that our country could have been marking this occasion under very different circumstances. The last administration carried out a reign of persecution and repression against Christians and people of faith like America has never seen before. It's terrible. They turned a nation founded on freedom for believers into a place where Catholics were targeted by the FBI, where pro-life grandmothers were put in jail for praying, and where members of our military were thrown out of the armed forces for their religious beliefs. The radicals responsible for these offenses would have loved nothing more than to mark America's 250th anniversary by driving God from our public square once and for all. They wanted to do that. I don't know how anybody could vote for these people. They were so bad, they were so evil, and yet in many ways incompetent, certainly incompetent on policy, open borders, transgender for everybody, men and women's sports, just grossly incompetent ideologies, and so many more. But they did not get that chance because they lost an election in a landslide, and we won an election in a landslide. And while I am in the White House, I will defend Christians and all Americans of faith 100%. You have it 100%, and you've seen it already. So upon taking office, I created the first ever Presidential Commission on Religious Liberty, led by Texas Lieutenant Governor, a great guy. I don't know if he's here. I know he's coming over to my office in a little while, a thing called the Oval Office, beautiful office. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, and my friend, Dr. Ben Carson. I don't know, so many people in this room, I don't know if they're here, they may be here, but they're two great people. And later today at the White House, they will present me with their official report and recommendations to ensure that America continues to uphold the first right in our Constitution, and that's religious liberty. We have to uphold religious liberty, most important thing. On day one of my administration, I ended the weaponization of law enforcement against religious believers. You know that. I pardoned the Christians Joe Biden threw in jail for saying prayers. He threw him in jail. You know, he didn't know what the hell he was doing. The guy's grossly incompetent. But he was surrounded by very smart, in some cases brilliant, lunatics. I got rid of the sinister Johnson Amendment so that pastors can speak the truth at their pulpits. We created the very, very popular White House Faith Office, first time that's ever happened. And I set up an official Department of Justice task force to eradicate Christian bias, is anti-Christian bias. Who would think? At a high level, too, although it's fading, going to fade fast. That task force just produced a new documentary revealing the abuses of religious freedom that they uncovered. It's called By Dawn's Early Light, and it's out right now, and it's really supposed to be, I have not seen it, I cannot tell a lie, I have not seen it, but I've heard about it, and I hear it's great, and I will see it, I hope soon. I also signed a historic executive order to combat the scourge of anti-Semitism in our country. And we reinstated the warriors who were thrown out of our military by the Biden vaccine mandates and restored them to their former ranks. And we let them back with full pay. Is that good? We want to cut costs, but we figured we have to take care of them. And we're protecting our churches and synagogues by prosecuting mobs of radical left lunatics and agitators who try to harass and intimidate people in their places of worship not so long ago. And to help parents send their children to schools that share their values, I signed the largest expansion of school choice in the history of our country, including in Texas. And in my direction, the Department of Education issued new guidance protecting the right to prayer in public schools. That was a big thing. And these are all things that we were, they fought us very strongly, very, very strongly. Hard to believe they'd fight us on that, but we had to fight the good battle, but we won every time. We slashed federal funding for any school that pushes transgender insanity on our youth. We expanded the Mexico City policy to stop taxpayer dollars from being used to promote radical gender ideology around the world. Radical gender ideology, it is. I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. That wasn't too tough. That was sort of an easy one, but we have a man running in Texas who thinks there are 6 genders. I don't know what. He's going to have to discuss that with us. Can you believe it? 6 genders. And we officially banned the chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. And now we have to pass the Save America Act to protect our sacred American elections. Have to pass it. Hard to believe, right? Hard to believe that we even have to fight for this. We have to fight for everything. Nothing comes easy. Nothing. All voters must show photo ID. Not so bad, right? All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Is that so hard? And you're fighting the Democrats and a few Republicans who are doing a tremendous disservice to this country. We have a few Republicans that are fighting it. Lisa Murkowski of Alaska. You should call her and tell her to get on the ball. She'll never win another election, I can tell you. She's got to vote. It's called the Save America Act. It's voter ID, ideally photo ID, right? So you can look and you can say, oh, that person's okay, or for lots of reasons, that person is not the same person. We want proof of citizenship. And we want no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, and military deployment or travel. We'll be very judicious. Look what's happening in California, where the ballots still aren't in. They're still not, can you believe it? Weeks afterwards, you know what's happening? They're cheating. The kid won, or he was certainly in the top 2. I don't know him, I never met him, Spencer Pratt. And he went away quietly. We didn't go away quietly, but he shouldn't go away quietly. He should protest because it was, in my very strong opinion, that was a rigged election. That kid should be in the runoffs. The woman who edged him out after like a long time, days and days. And then you'd hear reports, Spencer Pratt is not doing so well, even though he was strongly in the lead. And then you hear, Spencer Pratt has a 20% chance of being in the runoff. I said, they just rigged the election. And then you hear that a woman who nobody ever heard of is in the runoff, not him. And then they tried to hurt Steve Hilton, too. And I called the U.S. attorney and I said, you have to look into this because Steve Hilton did great. He's running for governor. And you could see it. The election was there. He was doing great. Then day after day, you'd hear reports about vote counting. They go on for weeks. You know, Colombia just had an election, the country of Colombia, 30 million voters. And I endorsed, I'm endorsed, we do so well with endorsements, like almost 100% success. But I endorsed somebody running, El Tigre. I liked him, you know why? Because he likes me. I don't know, he used to talk about Trump. I like President Trump. I don't know, how can you not let, so I endorsed him, I didn't know. He was in, way down the list. He was not going to win, no chance of winning. I endorsed him and he won. He just announced he won. But think of it. They had 30 million votes. By 9:30 in the evening, every single vote was counted. And there were no complaints. He won. Every vote was counted. Here we are in California. They're going to go for weeks and weeks and weeks. And you know what they do? They cheat. How many votes do we need? How many votes? That's why they take their time. How many votes do we need? Okay, here they are. Honestly, it's terrible. We're a third world country with elections. And we will also enshrine a permanent law that says very easily and succinctly, no men in women's sports and no transgender surgery for our children. Never forget, if the radical left ever gets the chance, they will bring all of this insanity right back at levels that you've never seen before. You will never have seen anything like it if they ever get their chance. And they're trying like hell. I call them the Democrats. I exchanged an E for a U, the Democrats. And it's trending #1, the word Democrat. I just can't believe I didn't think of it 9 years ago. I should have thought. The Democrats, they are horrible. They want to resume the transgender mutilization of our children. They want to restart the war on Christians and churches. And as you saw with the communists elected in New York City recently, they're communists, they're not social democrats. They want to completely destroy the traditional American way of life. Communism is very easy to sell. It destroys everything, but it's very easy. I'll be honest, I think I'd be the greatest communist in history. I'd give free rent. Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, you don't have to pay any rent. From now on, anybody wants a house, don't worry about it. Just pick the house you want. Everybody gets free food. Everything is free from this point forward. Everyone's going to vote for me. The problem is, after 2 or 3 years, the country is a disaster area. The country fails. They always do. It always does. So easy to sell. That first year, boy, you're the most popular. It's happening right now in New York and California. But you'll start living in squalor. You'll live in squalor. There will be no food. There will be no housing. There will be no military. There will be no law and order. There will be no nothing. There will be no nothing. You'll be a third world inhabitant in every way, and everyone will suffer or die. You'll suffer or die. That's what happens. For thousands of years it's been happening by different names. Thousands of years. I'm telling you, I'd be the greatest communist in history. It would be so easy. You wouldn't have to work. You could stay home. The problem is a couple of years go by, the whole place collapses. Always does. Always has. But I'm sorry to say, but assassinations of those who oppose them is a very important element of their ideology. Assassination's a big deal for them. They're animals. They're animals. In many cases, they're not smart, but in some cases, they are. It's easy for them to get followers because they make promises that they know they can't keep, and the Democrats aren't fighting back. That's why they're dumb. They're not fighting back. They're afraid. I watch Schumer. He's afraid to fight. I watch guys that are pretty normal, and guys that we oppose, they're afraid to fight. The Democrats have taken a tremendous turn left, and many of these people, I looked at some of the people that got elected the other night in New York. These are, in many ways, stupid people. In some ways, and intellectually, probably pretty smart. But they're people that want to destroy our country. They hate our country. They hate our people. They hate the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party is in big trouble because this isn't stopping with New York. This is going all. Too easy to get elected, giving everything away. Too easy to get elected. Very dangerous, but you'll soon have nothing left. That's the problem. In many ways, they're allowing them to just go their own way, do your own. We don't want to take a chance on saying anything bad because we're afraid we're going to lose our jobs if we do. They're afraid they're going to lose their election if they even think about saying anything bad about this new breed of sick people. They're not smart enough or tough enough to fight the plague that's happening. It's happening right before your very eyes. If they fought them the way they fight Republicans or the way they fight me, they'd be victorious. They didn't beat us, but they'd be victorious against the communists. But they don't have the courage to do so, so they're turning communists themselves. It's becoming a communist party. These are not social Democrats. These are hardcore, godless communists. They're godless communists. All communists are godless. They don't believe in God. This is the most serious threat to our country since its existence, in my opinion, 250 years ago. This is a major threat to our country. It isn't something that's easily solved, but with a little love and help, some hard work, because it's ironic we're celebrating a very important birthday, our most important birthday so far, 250 years. And instead of speaking about Christ, and instead of speaking about freedom and victories of all different kinds, we're speaking about yet another threat to the foundations of America. These ruthless communists will attack all religions, but in particular Christianity. They always do. They're after Christianity more than any other religion. It seems to be more and more throughout the world, maybe because we're doing so well. I don't know. Maybe if we weren't doing well. But you see the numbers, how they're growing, how the churches are filling up. It's a beautiful thing to see. I mean, look, it happens to be during my presidency, so I don't mind taking credit for it. I'm very proud. But a lot of great things are happening. All communist countries attack religions violently. It's part of their deal. As you know, we recently struck Nigeria and largely ended the slaughter of great Christian populations. They have a great Christian population. They were being butchered. Thousands and thousands of people were being killed. Children, women, old people, just being slaughtered, hatched to death. They know that if they go further, the attack will be far greater and that they don't want to really get involved anymore so much. You know, we hit them very hard. We knocked out their leader. We knocked out their second leader and their third leader. Sounds a little bit like Iran, actually. That's all about a different cause that we have to do because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Can't let it happen. So I'm saving Christians throughout the world, even though we are not in those various countries where you read about this. But they'd like to make our country just like those countries. That's where they started. They started right where we are right now. But I'm saving them by hitting these terrorists very violently and very hard. We're hitting them very hard by the greatest weapons on earth, taking them out. We know where they are. We hunt them down and we take them out. Think of it. They go into a village and they just kill everybody. It's like crazy. They will close your churches in this country. They go communist, and they're trying to. They will kill your people, and that's what they're about. They want to end religion. They have to end religion because their ideology doesn't work if you have strong religion, people like you that are so incredible and love our country so much and love God. This is the greatest threat to our country since its founding, in my opinion, 250 years ago, what's happening right now. It's the greatest threat. People don't look at that, well, oh, 3 people were elected. No, it's many more than 3 people. And the other people are being swayed because they don't have the sense to see what's happening. They don't have the sense. Their followers are not leaders, even though they're politicians, in some cases successful ones. For the first time in history, the powerful Rent Stabilization Board, as an example, that sets rents in New York City just happened today. They've done it for years and years, and they've been very far left. They're run by Democrats, and they give landlords a hard time for years and years. It's called rent control. They give landlords a hard time, but they always give some increases so they can survive. But they just came out, first time ever, with a ruling, 0 rent increases for landlords, 0 for the next 2 years, despite the fact that energy, supplies, real estate taxes, and just about everything else has gone up. They're supposed to allow you to have that. 0. They're giving them that. They're basically confiscating their property. And the one representative for the landlords who's on the board, I think they have 8 or 9 people on the board, and you had one who was representing one out of like 8. But at least you had somebody. But that person walked off in disgust, walked off and got booed. Mayor Mamdani, who came to the White House and seems like a nice guy, but he said he was going to do this in his campaign. Nobody thought he was serious. He said he was going to make sure that people don't have a rent increase, even though energy went up. It's going to come down. It's coming down fast right now. I hope you're watching what's happening. We had a low number just now, $69 a barrel. That was... Some people said it was going to be 350 by now. 69, it's going to be 300, 350. Never hit those numbers at all, even in the height of it all. But what the mayor doesn't say is that these buildings will soon turn into ghettos and slums, and that everybody will continue leaving New York. And as this spreads throughout the country, very much like an uncontrollable form of cancer, the country itself will be taken down. It will be third world, strictly third world. And it's happened many times before to very big and very powerful countries. But it's not going to happen to the United States of America. No way. Because communism really is the past and freedom is the future. That's what we are. All we want is freedom. Freedom is going to be, freedom gets you everything. Everyone needs to get out and vote in the midterms. We have to win this election. This election is very vital. If we don't, everything that we've gotten so much. I mean, religious liberty, but we've gotten so much. Our military is the strongest in the world. I built it during my first term, strongest in the world. And people respect us again. They respect us maybe like never before. We were laughed at a year and a half ago. We were laughed at. And now we're the most respected nation anywhere in the world. And in our 250th year, we will make our nation stronger and safer, better, more prosperous, and more faithful. Very important, more faithful than ever before. Today, we have the largest economy on earth. We're expanding at a degree and to a degree that nobody thought possible. They never thought what we're doing for the last year and a half. It's only a year and a half. What we're doing for the last year and a half, nobody thought was possible. We have the strongest military on earth. We have the most powerful technology on earth. We're winning on AI. We're winning with automobile manufacturing. Do you see how many plants are coming back into the United States? Tariffs. Tariffs. If they don't come in, they have to pay massive tariffs. Make your car outside, but you have to pay massive tariffs to come in. If you build your car in the United States using U.S. workers, our great American workers, you don't have any tariffs to pay. So they're all pouring in. It should have been done years ago by other presidents. We have the greatest culture on earth, and above all, we have the greatest people on earth. We do. We have the greatest people. But think of it. I was with the king of Saudi Arabia, and he said, Mr. President, 2 years ago, your country was dead. It was a dead country. And today, you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's amazing what's happened. We were laughed at. We were laughed at. We had a man who couldn't speak, couldn't think. He didn't know what the hell was happening. Kept falling down all over the place. If he was standing here now, he would have been off the stage before he started. But if he was standing here now, he wouldn't know how to get off the stage. You had to lead him off the stage. It was a disaster, and it was a rigged election. But we did it again, and we got it right. Too big to rig. We made it too big to rig. It was a rigged election. And look what happened because it was a rigged election. 25 million people came in, many criminals, murderers, 11,808 murderers, more than 50% of who created more than one murder, murdered more than one person. These are not going to be the citizens of our country. There's not a thing you can do to change that. But drug dealers at the highest level, the worst, some of the worst people on earth came in through open borders, Joe Biden's, but really it was the ideology's open border policy where everybody could come in. They came from all over the world. They emptied their prison populations into the United States of America. Think of that. But we're getting them out. We're getting them out faster than anybody can imagine. And we're going after the bad ones first. We're getting them out. Last week, we signed a historic agreement to accomplish what no president has ever been able to accomplish before, that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. We're not going to let that happen. And thanks to the power and skill of the United States Armed Forces, Iran today has no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft capability, no radar, virtually no manufacturing. Their drone capacity has been cut by 82%. Their missile capacity has been cut by 80%. Their rocket launchers have been cut by 90%. Their leadership has been killed a first time, and their leadership has been killed a second time. And nobody wants to be the leader of Iran anymore. They said, who would like to be the president? And everyone said, no, thank you. It's amazing. And then the fake news, like the New York Times, which is a failing publication. But the fake news, ABC, so bad. ABC television network, fake ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN. They actually said for a little while, it didn't play well, that Iran was much stronger today than it was 4 months ago. Think of it. They have no Navy. They have no... They said they're stronger. They're dying to make a deal. They're giving us a lot. They should have been done over the 47-year period that they've reigned with terror. And that's what they did. They reigned with terror. When you see a young man or woman walking around without legs or without arms or a face that was obliterated, it happened from the roadside bomb that was created, the creation of General Soleimani, who I killed in my first term, and that was a big killing. He was a mad genius, but he was going to knock out 5 of our military installations. I found out about it. And in all fairness, Israel was supposed to do it with us, and the night before that took place, we heard from Israel that they will not be doing it. They don't want to do it. And I said to a couple of generals that we had, who were very good, I said, what do you think, generals? Can we do it? Because we worked on it for 30 days, worked on it with Israel. They said, we'll do it, sir. Can we do it as well? We'll do it better. And he was dead the next day. He was dead in the valley of death. He died in the valley of death. We had him all. We knew when he was coming, where he was coming, how he was getting there. We knew everything, but we lost our partner. I don't blame him that much, to be honest with you, because it's tough stuff. But they told us the night before they won't be doing it. We did it ourselves, and we did it so incredibly well. We also took out the head of Iraq's ISIS division, and we took out both of them by luck with Iraq. But had he lived, because he was a brilliant general, very sick man mentally, but he was a brilliant general, it may have been a different story. I don't think so. I think we would have knocked the hell out of him whether he was there or anybody else was there. But he was a brilliant general. It was one of the biggest things ever to happen in the Middle East, the killing of Soleimani. People have said it's the biggest thing to happen in 100 years because he was a dominant force. I actually think that Khomeini and all of the people in Iran were happy about it because they were afraid of him too. Over the past few weeks, the stock market and your 401ks skyrocketed upward like pretty much nobody's seen before. Oil prices are plummeting downward, and the world is a much safer place. We had to take that detour to knock out Iran. If we didn't do that, and we're still, we still have a fight. They have some capability, not much. They're not winning or anything, but they have some capability. They can still shoot. They shot a drone yesterday at a big ship going into the Hormuz Strait. They shot 4 of them. We knocked down 3 of them. One of them, I guess, we didn't miss it. Nobody saw it coming. And it hit a ship and did some damage. But you can't do that stuff. But very soon they will be, we're going to be at $2.50 gasoline. You know, I was in Iowa making a speech the day before we did the attack. And again, we had to turn it around. Everything was going so well. It's like, you're doing so well. We have the best economy. Everything's great. And I say, I brought my people into the room, my financial people and other people. I said, listen, we just set a record in the stock market. We just set a record in every single thing, including 401ks. Your 401ks, most of you have 401ks, are at the highest they've ever been, everything. But this was true 3.5 months ago, before the attack. Everything was good. We had records and everything. We were doing great. And I said, I hate to tell you, but we're going to have to take a detour. We're going to have to go to war or go to a military operation, which my people would prefer that I use as a term because war means things that they don't like. But whether you call it war or not, it is what it is. And we're going to go down to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we're going to have to hit them very hard. And don't forget, when Barack Hussein Obama did the JCPOC, if you look at that, Barack Hussein Obama, have you heard of him? He was a disaster. He was a disaster. He gave them $1.7 billion in cash, $1.7 billion in cash, and tens of billions of dollars. Gave it to Iran, thought he could buy their friendship. And it was just the opposite. They used the money and they built missiles and everything else. And I terminated the JCPOA. It was his agreement. It was the Iran nuclear deal. It was a disaster. By the way, it expired a long time ago, but I terminated it long before it expired. If I didn't do that, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon. If I didn't send the B-2 bombers in 10 months ago, they would have had a nuclear weapon. We obliterated that nuclear dust. Very important. And then you wouldn't have Israel. Israel would be gone. I know you have a lot of good fans of Israel in this room. And Israel would have been gone, and probably the Middle East would have been gone. And they could have taken a shot. We would have wiped them out pretty quick, but they could have taken a chunk of us too. But in my first term, I created the greatest economy in the history of the world. The first term was a great success and rebuilt the military, did everything. But now we're blowing it away. We're doing much better this time. And again, we did have to make that excursion. How would you like to be given the best numbers we've ever had as a country and tell people, guess what, we're going to war, and nobody in the room knew what I was talking about because it wasn't their thing. And I said, we got to stop them from having a nuclear weapon. Because you want to see problems? Let a crazy country have a nuclear weapon. You'll see problems like you've never seen before. The stock market has set 73 all-time record highs since the election. And more Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. That's pretty good. In January 2025, we inherited the worst, most dangerous, most wide open and insecure border in history. I actually think in the history, I don't think it's just here. You could just walk into the country, and again, they were letting prison populations, they were taking buses and dropping them off at our border, and people coming out, murderers coming out of prison, drug dealers, the worst people. They made our criminals look like nice people. That's the only thing nice. Our criminals, for the first time, looked very nice by comparison to these people. But they dropped 25 million people over 4 years into our country. And it's the single hardest job I have, getting them out. We're getting them out pretty rapidly, but it's a very hard thing. But think of it, prison populations from the Congo, from all parts of South America, from all parts of the world, were taken in, driven through Mexico, and dropped off in our border, and they would walk right into our country. And we've quickly turned it into the strongest and most secure border in the history. We have the strongest border we've ever had now. And for the past 13 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. 0. We have 0. And those are the numbers, they report them. And they're taken by sort of a left kind of a group. The stats, you know, if anybody did, they'd like to report them. But we have 0. And they don't even try because they know they're probably not going to get in, so they're not going to make this very dangerous march. We're saving a lot of lives. Because in those caravans, remember I named them caravans, they'd have 25,000 people, sometimes more. But they'd come up from South America and all through Mexico. They'd go all through. And they go through jungles in Colombia, really tough jungles too, dangerous jungles. And women would die and women would be raped. Remember when I said they get raped, crime, murder, and everyone, my first speech was controversial. When I announced I was running, everyone said, "What do you mean raped?" What I said was peanuts compared to what happened. And the women would come up and they'd die, they'd be raped. A lot of people would die on those caravans. The journeys up were, they call them journeys through hell, because they had to go through jungles, they had to go through very dangerous areas. And the people that got here would just walk right into our country. We had no idea who they were. Nobody would even stand there and check. They just came in, come on in, come on in. This was Sleepy Joe Biden's ideology that was forced on him by much smarter people than him that wanted to destroy our country because he had no clue. But with the help of our law enforcement heroes in 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded in our country's history 125 years ago. Think of that, think of that. The year 1900, that was before my father. My father would hate me saying that because it's a long time ago, but that was before my father was born. I had a wonderful father and mother, and family. But the lowest murder rate in 125 years. Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest, most beautiful cities in the country. And just a little while ago, it was a killing machine. Think of that. A year and a half ago, Washington was a very unsafe city. Now it's one of the safest cities in the country. It's one of the most beautiful cities. Doug Burgum and myself and a whole group of people did a great job on the monuments and fountains, and the reflecting pool was so beautiful. They tried to destroy it. They cut it up with a box knife and tried to destroy it. And it's in great shape now. They're terrible. They're vandals. They've caught 6 of them, I guess, maybe more. They've got others in line to be caught. But we just inspected it. We'll fix it right after the 4th of July. Got to let the water out, just fix it. But we caught them. They would cut it, and they would grab this very expensive and very good material, totally waterproof, and they rip it. These people are sick. They ripped a scar 350 feet long through the side of the reflecting pool. These are the people we're dealing with. These are the people that want to destroy our country. But we've invested a record $1 trillion in the United States Armed Forces, and we're going this year for $1.5 trillion, all made in the USA. And something that's so exciting, the recruitment. You know, if you go back a year and a half, 2 years ago, you could not get anybody to join the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, the Coast Guard, Space Force. You couldn't get anybody to join. They had tremendous recruitment problems, but now recruitment in every branch of our military is setting records. 18 months ago, we had tremendous shortages and we couldn't fill them up. We were never going to fill them up. That included police and firemen. We couldn't get policemen and women. We couldn't get firemen and women. Anything with a uniform, because they were ashamed of our country, because we had people that were not respected. You have to respect the president. If you don't respect the president, you're going to have a problem. You're going to have a problem. They had no respect. And now we have waiting lists. Now you can't get into the military. Literally, we went from the worst recruitment numbers ever in 1 year to the best recruitment numbers ever. And it all started on that beautiful day, November 5th, right? A thing called Election Day. And as soon as we won, before I even got to do anything, those numbers started going through the roof. People love our country again, and they have spirit. You always loved it, but you were down, you were depressed. You were not feeling too good about our country, especially you as people with a great religion and a fervor for Christianity and religion. You should be depressed. You should have been, but now you're riding high, but we have to be careful. We don't want to lose it. We've got to win the midterms. We've got to win the election coming up, and we're gonna be in good shape. But you have to expose them. If you don't expose them, I mean, I stand here and I expose them. Some people don't do it right. They say they're going to get free rent. Well, that's okay to say, but everyone's going to vote for them, except for a few of the people in this room. But you have to say they're going to get free rent. But in 2 years, everything is going to collapse and you're going to live in squalor. When you say that, you can beat the free rent. You can beat the fact that they're going to take your house away and give it to somebody else, which is essentially what they'd like to do. But it's happened so many times over the years with really powerful countries, and we're not going to let it happen. So we have the strongest and most powerful military anywhere in the world. I built it in my first term, using it a little bit in my second term. And we're once again using it to defend America's interests and American values. Look at what happened in Venezuela. We have a great, and by the way, we're helping Venezuela. They had a tremendous earthquake, a lot of people killed, and unbelievable, right in Caracas. And we have a lot of people over there helping, but Venezuela's been fantastic. We've had a great relationship. It was a one-day war. We hit them so hard, and one-day war. Now we've taken out millions of barrels of oil, and we've paid for the war many times over, but just as importantly, they are doing better than they've ever done. They're making more money than they've ever done. They've never made the money that they're making now. And it's really, I mean, outside of what happened last night with the terrible, that was terrible what happened. It was a big earthquake, knocked down buildings. But outside, it was really, it's a happy country again. The people are happy. They're dancing in the streets. The people running it are doing a very good job. The United States has never been stronger. We have never been wealthier. We've never been prouder to be an American. Since 1776, America's story has been a tale of freedom, overcoming oppression, good defeating evil, and faith overcoming every challenge and every foe. We had everybody was winning, and we're going to continue stronger, maybe stronger. One generation, think of it, just one generation after our war of independence, the British tried, they really tried hard to conquer America in the War of 1812. That didn't work out too well. But they failed, and the cause of freedom won, and it continues to win. The War of Survival ultimately gave America our national anthem and our Star-Spangled Banner. Many Americans know the story of Francis Scott Key writing the words of the anthem, and watched the flag under attack, and he wrote those beautiful words. But what few realize is that the very same poem also inspired our national motto, the fourth verse of the song, in these words, and this be our motto, in God we trust. In God we trust. And as you know, the Democrats want to end that. They don't want the words, in God we trust. They want to have that stricken. They go to court. They take us to court. We're never changing that. We'll fight for that. We're not changing that. In God we trust. Better believe it. So today, on the threshold of our 250th year, this room is proof that America is still a nation that lives by those magnificent words, in God we trust. With the help of everyone here today and Americans of faith all across this land, we will continue to protect the promise of the Declaration of Independence, one of which actually is in my office, in the Oval Office, so we cherish it. We will continue to defend our values, our traditions, our faith, and our freedom. And as we enter the golden age of America, that's what we have. This is the golden age. We've never had anything like it. We have factories all over the country. We have car plants, AI plants, all sorts of plants. Our businesses are expanding. Our numbers are unbelievable. Remember that we've never had a year with so many #1 stock markets. Good to have #1 because that affects everybody. That means jobs. That means success. That's good, as we said, for your 401ks. It's good for your stock investments. Everyone's doing well. We have a country that's just the hottest. It just is so hot. And I'm working really hard to make it even better. We're going to get rid of some of the flaws. We're going to make it even better. But the biggest thing we have to do is we have to stop this horrible thread of cancer that's permeating our country called communism. We have to stop it because that's what it's about. That's what they want to do quietly. And we ask that God will continue to bless the United States of America, and God will bless the United States of America because of people like you. Thank you very much, and happy Independence Day, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's give one more round of applause to President Trump for coming today. Our breakout panels will be starting at 3:30 and 4:30, and they are over in these lower rooms, Jefferson, East and West, and Georgetown. So please make sure you go to our breakout panels this afternoon. And then also come back tonight. Doors will open at 6:30 for this main ballroom. We're going to have an evening of worship and praise with the Liberty Group. We're going to kick off at 7, and we'll have you out of here by 8 o'clock so you can get some rest tonight. Tomorrow, we have another jam-packed day, and we are looking forward to it, and we want you here in the morning at 8:30, and we're going to start the program at 9. Finally, I want to thank our sponsors that really help us put this on. Standing for Freedom Center, Votive, the National Association of Christian Lawmakers, Courageous Hearts Investment, the International Christian Embassy Jerusalem, the Leadership Institute, and American Target Advertising and I-360. So thank you to our sponsors. And again, the breakouts are at 3:30 and 4:30 today, and then be back here tonight for our event at 7 o'clock. Thank you. Have a great day.